Boo. Oh, damn it. Halloween was 3 days ago. Or was it 4 days ago? I think it was 3 days ago. Yeah. So I streamed 3 days ago on Halloween. What's up? I was supposed to stream yesterday. Which is becoming a frequent thing that I say. I was supposed to stream another day, the day before, 2 days ago. I think what happened instead was I made a video. I kind of tossed it up yesterday. I was like, I said I was gonna stream. I could stream. I'd like to stream, but we had some news, and I felt like the YouTube audience needed to hear about the news. So I decided to throw a video together yesterday instead. I unmuted the stream and my computer crashed instantly. Well, understandable to be fair. The legend is live. Who, me? Nah. Shrekvember? Maybe. I made no promises to continue playing Shrek games in November, and I only ended up playing one in the rest of Shrektober, which was literally the one 3 days ago. It was Shrek Swamp Kart Speedway. You missed 2 weeks of streams? Oof. Yeah, I've been streaming. As that Backpad Kids once said, he said, I be streaming. That's basically what he said, right? Anyway, if you haven't seen, I literally just posted a new video, but I didn't do it on the main channel. I did it on a secondary channel I set up not too long ago called Matt Casey Bites with a Y. And the reason why I set up this channel is because I thought it would be interesting one day to cover more like retro gaming and modding news. And I also felt like I wanted to kind of make a separation, a little bit more of a separation between the large scale project videos and the small scale, like I'm just talking about what someone else did kind of video. I only have 2 viewers. Well, fair enough. Understandable. And so yeah, so I set up this this new channel, and I've only posted one video on it, which was a video that I posted on the live channel as well. But hey, I guess this is what I'll try and push this channel with. So if you haven't seen the video, I'll send a link to it. Obviously, don't watch it now. You have to watch me because I'm live right now. Yes, but importantly, if you watch that video, you'll hear all about the free fonts that you got with the, the pre-alpha. Can you stop decompiling Lego Island and decompile Roblox instead so you can recompile it to work on Linux for us? No thanks. Isn't Roblox constantly evolving? Isn't it still... It's still actively developed, so how the hell can you decompile it? You'll be, at some point, that version will necessarily be obsolete. And second of all, I don't play Roblox. I've never played Roblox in my life. Just tell the children to use Wine. Does it work in Wine? I'm too old to play Roblox, I think. By the time, like, Minecraft was what I played in high school, in like 2010, 2011, but not Roblox. Roblox came after me. Emphasis on the came. There's a Lego Island clone on Roblox. I'm sure there is. I actually feel like I've heard of this. Lego Island Roblox. No, apparently not. Apparently not. At least none of these videos suggest. Hang on. Yeah. None of these videos suggest that Lego Island is on Roblox, but that doesn't mean it hasn't been done. Just means it hasn't been popularized. Who let a 12-year-old in here? Roblox? Seriously? Sorry, hang on. I didn't have my bot running, my bad. Sorry, it didn't notify, but thank you so much for the 100 bits, I really appreciate it. Roblox is on Linux, there's a program called Grape Juice. So now I'm curious. I'm not gonna play Roblox, but now I'm curious. Oh, Wine plus Roblox management application. Okay, so it runs in Wine. But you got something even the 12-year-olds that play Roblox can can use. Yeah, no, I just have never had any background in Roblox, I'm afraid. Yeah. No suggestive Roblox videos, yeah, apparently.
Tier 100 here, we do not accept games newer than 20 years old.
Well, that's kind of true. I think Burnout 3 is going to be 20 years old next year. Be nice to be able to get something out for that. I'm so bad at reaching like milestones though. I'm really, well, it's because I have a very someone did it in Minecraft. Oh, Lego Island in Minecraft. I have a very scattered workflow. I heard this saying this morning that, you know, I've known about this saying, which is, you know, to maintain something like a YouTube channel, it's a sprint, it's a marathon, not a sprint. So you have to you have to be in it for the long haul. You can't be like working really hard up front because then you'll just burn yourself out.
What? Burnout is 19 years old. We can't have that. Stop working on it immediately, Tier 100.
No, we have to work on it so that we can do something special when it does turn 20. Though you're having ADHD adjacent was nigh established. It's frequently believed, I would say. We haven't got any like diagnosis or anything. We did some online tests that said likely, but it, like I don't want to spread any kind of like self-diagnosis. I don't want to recommend any self-diagnosis. So yeah, frequently honestly to do a lot of things in business, a YouTube channel is just a YouTube channel is tough because it splits, like it combines kind of hobby and business, so it's frequently at least. So that's why a lot of people get, I think, kind of caught off guard by how business-like running a YouTube channel actually is, because it usually starts as a hobby. And then, so for a lot of things in business, it's more about the marathon than the sprint. It's about keeping it going for a long period of time, not just working really hard and then burning out and not wanting to do it anymore. But my mind is really not good at that marathon thing. If you want to say it's ADHD, I mean, according to that one online quiz, likely. So, but yeah, essentially, I'm very bad at doing that. I'm very bad at working on something long term. I'm very good at funneling a ton of energy into something early on, and I can get some pretty cool stuff done in that time, but then I won't want to look at it ever again after that. Feels so for mine to make an appointment with a professional. Yeah, I've got a phone number somewhere that I'm supposed to call to make said appointment. I spoke to a real medical professional and they gave me a phone number to call. So, you know, but I've been procrastinating from doing that as well, because I procrastinate from just about anything. Why don't I stream on YouTube? I hate YouTube, but also I probably will dual stream eventually. It's just that YouTube chat and YouTube culture, like streaming culture and YouTube community is god fucking awful. So even if I do dual stream to YouTube, this is still going to be like the primary platform. So yeah. You know what procrastination is a common symptom of? Yeah, I know. It's honestly, I feel like procrastination implies that it's almost self-deprecating in the sense that it implies that I'm not trying, when I actually do try really hard. I try really hard to like keep stuff going, even though like my brain is very averse to it, but still, it's procrastination anyway. So yeah. Why do I upload videos on YouTube? YouTube is a great place to post videos. It's not a great place to stream. That's my point. I hate YouTube as a live streaming platform. Avoid that $30,000 bill. I actually don't know how much it would cost. I mean, that initial... I do pay for my own insurance in America, which is not cheap. I do pay for it. So far I haven't had to pay any more than I usually do. Why don't I stream to Facebook? True! Facebook is a good platform. I mean, now that Twitch removed their exclusivity clauses, I could do like what some streamers do, which is stream to YouTube and Twitch and Kick, and Rumble, I think sometimes people do. Post in Discord. I don't want to shower people with too many @everyones, because I just posted an @everyone to watch my video. But yeah, my plan is I always do the Discord thing eventually. It's just at first I feel like sometimes it's nice to just hang out with the people who just organically show up, and then we can kind of get everyone else in. Stream to Discord, go live on Steam. Can you go live on Steam? I mean, you can stream to Discord in theory. You can do like a screen share or whatever, or equivalent.
At MatchClid you could stream the old-fashioned way, QRDP stream, or Shoutcast. Remember Shoutcast? Cheer 100.
Shoutcast. I remember the name. Thanks for the 100 bits. What I remember, I have to say, I didn't feel like it at the time, because I certainly wasn't the first person, but I was kind of an early streamer. I streamed onto Ustream in 2010. Do you guys want to watch that? Because I have that stream still sitting around. On Linux you don't get screen share. Oh yeah, well that's true. I think I'd still get, like, because OBS has, unless they don't have it on Linux either. OBS has that virtual camera, which like you can funnel your stream into a camera device, but maybe they don't have that on Linux either. Oh yeah, Twitter does have live streams, that's true. I think Twitter has had live streams for a long time, but it seems to be a much more casual thing, kind of like Instagram Live. It's kind of like you just kind of go live on your phone, and just like, hey guys, like let's chat for 30 minutes, and then, you know, it's not a big formal thing like I have a stream setup and I stream to Twitter and Twitter. That being said, maybe I'm wrong, because doesn't Ninja stream to TikTok as well? Just today, a streamer I follow caved after 3 years of being told to get a diagnosis because they couldn't find their clip-on mic after searching with their husband for 2 hours. Alas, but that's what got me on the get an appointment train again. Yeah, it's been on my to-do list. It's like I literally have one of these pieces of paper literally has a phone number on it. And it's just like, call this number, and I was supposed to do it last week, but I didn't. So I will do it because it has been a consistent problem for me. Even it's one of those things where even like I think back to my childhood and I'm like, I got in so much trouble for being like a bad listener or like not being good at concentrating. I got so many bad grades, even though my teachers were always really confused because I tested well. I would always do well on like a general aptitude test, but then my school grades would be kind of bad, and they would be like, this doesn't make any sense, you know, what's going on? And I'd be like, I don't know. I don't want to pay attention in class, I guess. You know, I didn't have any explanation.
Such fond memories. 10 seconds of repeating porn in glorious 240p tier 100.
Jesus, was that what it was like? You know, another platform I never used was Stickam. Wasn't that like a big deal for a while? But I literally don't know anything about it other than it existed. And like, I guess I think it was popular for a while. Change notification sound. I mean, this is the change notification sound. It's just that because of a bug, it never changes back. So people think now that this is my default sound. This is actually the alternate sound. It just never changes back. Was I bored in class? I would say yes, but it's not necessarily that it felt like boredom. It's just more that there were more interesting things going on in my head. Like I was just thinking of things that were more interesting. So it wasn't necessarily that I was just like, it wasn't necessarily I was sitting in class being like, I'm bored, so I'm not going to listen. It's more just like I would be sitting there and I'd just be thinking about something more interesting. Yeah. Yo, Prime sub. Thank you for Null Row. Thank you so much for the Bezos bucks. I really appreciate it.
Here is the sound again, Mad Kid.
Hell yeah. So I did say a couple streams ago. Oh yeah, let's get the Discord notification out. I did say a couple streams ago that I wanted to change the way that my notifications worked, where rather than having a default sound and then an alternate sound that never, for some reason, never changes back to a default sound, is that rather than that, I'll just have redeems that are like, change the sound to this, and it'll just be that from then on, and then another one that's like, change the sound to this, and it'll be that from then on, and then change the sound to this. And so I haven't got a collection of sounds yet, but I could do that today, actually. I could just write a little bit of code to do that. Boring work stream. That's what we're doing today. If you haven't seen, for anyone new coming in, if you haven't seen, I did make a video on my Matt Casey Bites channel, which is a secondary kind of shorter form news channel that I've started working on about the pre-alpha. I talk about all the things that I discovered or that I've discovered so far, I should say. Who knows what we'll discover long term. The 98 Outlook sound. That's the original sound! Yo, FDD the Lucario, thank you so much for the 2 gifted subs, 2 tier 1 gifted subs. Hell yeah, thank you so much, I really appreciate that. And the 100 bits from Ikepop, thank you so much.
Work is never boring. Our bait mock fray has been used to say tier 100.
Sure, I don't know what language that is, but alright. This is if you want to see, I've just posted the link in chat, that's the new video about the pre-alpha. I just felt like, I said this in the last stream, that I kind of felt like it was a shame that my YouTube audience, so much of my YouTube audience doesn't tune into my streams, because they kind of missed that whole discovery of the pre-alpha. But I also know that like a YouTube audience doesn't necessarily translate directly into a Twitch audience or a live stream audience, so I kind of felt like, you know, I was going to stream yesterday. I said that I was going to stream yesterday, but yeah, but I felt like this is kind of breaking news. I wanted to get something out for YouTube, so that's why I dedicated yesterday to making a video instead. So yeah, yesterday at school. Well, there you go. There you go. It's another one of those things where like eventually, hopefully, I'll be streaming relatively consistently. My thinking is probably like Monday, Wednesday, Friday, but we'll see. We'll see, because as I've been saying, my brain is more of a sprinter than a marathoner. It's good at kind of getting lost into projects for like really intensely into a project for a small amount of time. So sometimes I'll be like, I could stream, I want to stream, but I'm also like halfway through this thing and I really want to get that done, you know? So that's just kind of how my brain works. That's the best way to contact me. Generally, I'm pretty responsive in Discord or through email. My business email, if I'm like, I try to get back to people pretty quickly. But if you're asking me about like getting involved in a project, like if you're trying to ask me for help in reverse engineering something, I probably cannot because I probably don't have the time. So depends on what you're asking. It's the Lego Burnout guy. Is that what we're gonna do one day? Once if these two games are both decompiled, we'll just merge them together and make Lego Burnout. Yeah. People talking about school, it makes me just feel so old. Next year, it will be 10 years since I left school, which is kind of wild because it, you know, kind of feels like I wasn't in school that long ago. I guess, you know, it's what they say every year. It's as Smash Mouth always said, the years start coming and they don't stop coming. So, yeah. Please join Lego Island Discord server. I thought that you are admin it. I'm good, actually. I think the less Discord servers I'm in, the better. I've found. So, thanks for the offer, though. Stop the Brickster on his burnout. Oh god. Yeah. I haven't been in school for 18 years. My not being in school can legally drink now in most countries. Damn. Yeah. I guess I'll be there one day, assuming I don't die within the next 9 years or so. Yeah. That's a real mind bender to think about. Like, I can't tell if I'm thinking about, you know, I've been 10 years out of school. I can't tell if I've accomplished more than I thought I would or less than I thought I would. My initial instinct was I've accomplished a lot less than I thought I would. But then I'm like, well, I mean, I have a YouTube channel. I've like moved somewhere I always wanted to move to, and I'm kind of, you know, kind of building something here, but like, I don't know. I guess on the one hand, I have achieved stuff, but it's also like, I guess it never feels like enough, maybe. Yeah. I'm looking forward to seeing the Burnout 3 decomp complete. I've been following progress on the forums. Hell yeah. I still don't know if or when there will be a decomp. I just know that there will definitely be a PC port. So yeah. Imposter syndrome. Yeah, probably. I mean, I certainly had a lot more imposter syndrome when I was younger than I do now. I guess I think, in fairness, I think it's mostly because I have gotten better at things. I think I used to feel a lot of imposter syndrome because I felt like I wasn't as good at things as people thought I was. And over time, I've gotten more skills, so maybe I am as good as people think I am. Or at least I'm getting a lot closer to it. But there certainly is a degree of not being certain if I've achieved as much as I thought I would. But, you know. Whatever. Goated with the sauce? I don't know about that. I love you, discount Markiplier. Hell yeah. I'm glad that after all this time, I'm still discount Markiplier. So yeah, never too early for a midlife crisis. Well, I guess it's a quarter life crisis. Even though, well, I don't know if I've necessarily had a quarter life crisis as much as I think I'm on the I think my current state is I'm not sure if I should be having a quarter life crisis. I'm like on the fence of having one. Like, am I getting old without having accomplished too much, or am I like about where I should be? Maybe, I don't know. I'm like, I think I'm balancing on the fence of it right now. Yeah. You should apply yourself more. I think I certainly wonder. I certainly find myself wondering where the last 3 years went. I don't know if this is like this is certainly, I think, I don't know how related to COVID this is, but it feels like since COVID started, time just got compressed. And I feel like I'm still not out of that yet. Like, that's certainly how, I know that's certainly how most people felt in 2020 and probably a little bit in 2021. Oh, yo, thanks for the
The
100
name
bits.
midlife crisis is not quite accurate. It should be called mid-average lifespan crisis tier 100.
Well, I mean, I guess it depends what you define, how you define midlife. But yeah, thanks for the 100 bits. Yeah, so I definitely, I think most people felt that in 2020 and most people felt that in 2021. I don't know how many people are still feeling that, but I think I still feel like that. Or maybe like I feel like I'm just crawling out of that now. Like, the last 3 years feels more like 1.5, maybe 2 years at the most. Yeah. And yeah, I do know that when as you get older, every year gets faster. I know that, but I'm not sure. That's why I say I'm not sure how much of it is COVID and how much of it is getting older. How much of it is, yeah, I just don't know. Will Matt peak when he releases a video announcing the Lego Island decomp completion? I certainly hope not. Arguably, I think about this sometimes. I feel like maybe my channel already peaked. Like maybe 2020 was my best year, and like every year since then hasn't been that good. I do remember I got a comment. I got a comment recently on my 2022. So in 2022, I think that was my most like experimental year. That's the year I took sponsors. It's the year I was trying to do more like. I was filming stuff live and like cutting that down rather than just scripting everything. And I remember seeing a comment saying on the first video of the year, which was the fixing the broken Xbox, saying, "This year of your channel was like Community Season 4." And I was like, damn! They really did me like that. Yeah, so... and to be fair, I don't necessarily disagree. Like I said, I knew that it was like the most experimental year of my channel. I knew that, you know, I was taking sponsors, which up until that point I'd refused to do. Yeah, because that was me trying to figure out how to turn YouTube into something like sustainable, something that you actually could do, or that I could do like once every 2 weeks or something like that, which, you know, is in theory is what you're kind of supposed to do on YouTube, where, you know, you try and find a way to get content out faster and get it out more consistently, and, you know, make your audience happy. But I found, I think, and to an extent, I think it's a good thing that my audience, I think, expects a little bit more. I think that, and I think I expect a little bit more as well. There's kind of a feeling that when I put something out, it should be because something really interesting has happened, not just because, you know, it's my requisite appearance for this 2 weeks. So that's kind of why I pulled back from that after 2022. But yeah, I mean, I think the motivation made sense, but it's not how I like to do content. Like I said, I'm a sprinter, not a marathoner. I like to do stuff because it's interesting, not just because, you know, I have to show up that day. And so I felt like I wasn't super happy, and I think I get the impression the audience wasn't as happy with that as they were with previous stuff. So yeah, it's quite hard to do unless you have a professional team and a decent budget. Yeah, I mean, I did have editors helping me out, and yo, thanks for the sub, the tier 1.
9 months, holy fuck, /.
Oh no, the TM screwed it up. Things are going well. My cross is coming over to my place tomorrow. I'm excited. Hey, congratulations. Hope things go well. Yeah, so essentially, I've lost my train of thought. Yeah, essentially, I already wonder if like my... oh yeah, I was saying was I did have... That year, I did have editors helping me get the videos out on time. I mean, I had to have editors just to hit that schedule at all of like twice a month. I needed a lot of outside help, and you know, because of the sponsors, I was getting a decent amount of money in. So, you know, there's a world where I could have kept doing that long term. It's just I felt completely unsatisfied and kind of miserable because I wasn't getting to do much of the part that I actually enjoyed, which was like the tech project. Like when you're trying to get a video out every 2 weeks, it's kind of like you don't really have time. It's you know, as soon as you finish one video, it's like, all right, what can I do to get the next video out as quickly as possible? And that's not ordinarily going to be, you know, decompile Lego Island, right? It's gonna be you know, oh, I have this console somewhere, I can probably fix that up in like a couple hours, you know, or something like that, essentially. So, yeah. So yeah, that's kind of why this year I took a bit of a break in the start of the year, and then when I came back, it was like, well, I'm gonna go the opposite direction. I'm gonna say let's not just get content out as quickly as possible. Let's not do the quickest project I can. Let's do a really long project and just, you know, make videos about that when I can. And so far, I mean, seems like people have been pretty receptive to it. So yeah. Gonna decomp Lego Island into Burnout 3? Maybe one day someone will. No easier way to ruin a hobby than to try and make a full-time job out of it. Yeah, don't I know it? Yeah. Anyway, that's a really long way of saying I set up a secondary channel and I made a video about the new Lego Island pre-alpha on it. And if you haven't seen it, if you don't know it exists, there's the link to it. There's a link to the new video. Did you know that Lego.com can sue you for decompiling Lego Island? I actually did know that. If they wanted to, they could sue any company could sue any of us for anything, pretty much. Like there's a yeah. Anyway, so whether they would win, I mean, we don't know. But yeah, I did know I could get sued. But because it's abandonware, we're fairly certain we won't. When was the last time the Lego company acknowledged Lego Island? Because I've forgotten. Not in a very, very long time. I mean, they did that. They did mention it in that podcast they made. They made like a podcast series of how Lego got into video games, and they had that one of the chapters was dedicated to Lego Island. I think that's the only time. They've more or less. I know people who are in contact with people or have been in contact with with people at Lego, and they've more or less confirmed in all but writing. Of course, they can't. They're not going to confirm in writing that they consider the game abandonware. They don't really care, and so yeah, I just think. And that's where most of these projects lie. Yo, thank you so much for gifting a sub. Illuminum, thank you so much for gifting a tier 1 sub. I really appreciate it. Hell yeah. Yeah, so they've been pretty much confirmed in all but writing that they don't care. And the thing is that, yeah, as someone says, it costs money for these companies to do these things. Like even to pay a guy to go around on the internet and like take down all the abandonware download links, it would cost money. That guy would have to be paid to do that. So Yeah, and so if they're paying that guy more money than they're making off the game, which they are because they don't even sell the game in stores anymore, then it's just not really worth it for them. Yeah. The amount of money they could make from putting up a working version on Steam or Good Old Games is definitely not worth it. Probably. I have no idea what their actual sales would be if they put it up. The thing is that the game doesn't work very well on modern computers unless you use mods like me. And since they don't have the source code, we know that they never got a copy of the source code. It's kind of like, well, what are they going to do? Package a copy of Lego Island Rebuilder with it to fix the turn speed? Like, yeah. I wrote an actual letter to Team 17. Hey, I'll be reversing your Stunt GP game, and got no response. Usually it's not worth it for them. Yeah, exactly. I actually, there was a time I used, you guys will probably remember, I used the DK rap as my outro song. And I literally, when I was kind of ramping this stuff up, I was kind of like, I should probably see if I can get, maybe I can get a real license for this, because, you know, it's kind of fun, and I want to use it. But it's a little bit, you know, if I don't know, I don't necessarily have the rights to use the DK rap as my outro song. So I was kind of like, well, maybe I'll email Nintendo and see if they would consider giving me a license. I'd be down to pay like some money to keep it. And I sent them an email, and they literally said. They did reply to me, which was nice, and they literally said something like, we receive a lot of licensing requests and have determined that this one is, like, essentially that this one is too small for us to care about. And so I was like, I guess I'll use it then. Like, they're probably not even going to come after me then if they don't care that much. So yeah, I was just like, whatever then. Nintendo doesn't actually care about using their music in YouTube videos. It's risky, but they usually don't care, so you might be fine. Yeah, I mean, that does seem to be the case. Sure. I actually... No, yeah, that's the thing, is even... to LEGO, it's probably not even worth paying me to decompile the game, right? Like, they'd have to pay me, like... Well, even if they paid me, like, an average software engineer salary for, like, a year... and I got the game decompiled, even then, that's probably more, that's likely to be more money than they actually make off it. So, yeah. For a decomp, you would need a team. Ordinarily, yes. It's possible to decomp one person. It just takes a lot longer. So, yeah. They don't even get ads for using Nintendo music. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's true. Nintendo doesn't necessarily... Nintendo, it's not like they sell soundtrack CDs of their games, right? So I don't think they consider that like a part of their business strategy. Yeah. Nintendo Ninjas just described. Oh no! No way! Yeah. Oh, nice. The Lego Island pre-alpha video is already at 1K on the channel with 300 subscribers. Hey, that's where I was 4 years or so ago. Actually, 5 years ago, I should say. That's what I say. Like, I don't know exactly where the last 3 years went. I mean, I can reflect back and I can kind of understand what happened, like why the last 3 years went so quickly. Like, COVID happened, and you know that year went quickly for all of us. But in some ways, because since becoming a full-time YouTuber, I'm also aware. I've become very aware that I've become a bit of a hermit. In that, you know, I work at home for myself, so an average work day for me is just getting up, getting out of bed, going to the computer. You know, doing some code work or doing some video editing, and then, I don't know, having dinner and going to sleep. You know, that's like, that became an average work day for me for quite some time. And I think that's probably not a good thing. That's why I've starting to, you know, spend a little bit more time more explicitly trying to like go outside, hang out with people, hang out with you guys, go on stream and whatnot. So yeah, no no outside, exactly. Just that there was no like reason to. It was like, you know, if to be productive, to like, you know, continue my lifestyle, it would be you know, stay at home and get some work done, right? So yeah, but I'm working on that. I like I said, I think the streams have actually helped a lot in that regard, because I feel like it gets a little I love to make videos in the sense that I like creating something and putting it out there, but it's also kind of impersonal. There's no like direct back and forth, and I think that that's something that I really like about streaming, is that you do get that kind of direct communication. So yeah. Anyway, that's we've been surprisingly deep in this first hour of the stream. How's everyone doing? Is there any other news that I haven't heard about? I don't keep my finger to the pulse, really. I heard about this whole Lego Island pre-alpha thing, but it's interact with the YouTube comment section. Oh god, that's the problem. Is that the comment section is that's a wild place to be. I find that YouTube has gotten pretty good at like getting the general consensus comments to the top, and like what would you call this? Like supplanting the spam and the garbage comments to the bottom where you don't see them so much. But if you ever sort by new, whew, what a wild time. Yeah. The comment section is a place many go with low chance of return. Sure, yeah, I mean, it's just most creators, when they get to about 100k subs or so, I think they just kind of stop reading the comments, because as many nice comments as there might be, there'll be a lot of comments that will really just get to you, and there's no way of knowing whether the next comment you read is going to be a nice one, or it's going to like point out your deepest insecurity, right? So arse profile pictures, but that's also true. There are some bots. But I think in general, if you just stick to like reading the top comments, you generally get a pretty good idea of like the consensus of what people think about your video, whether it's even if people generally don't like your video, sometimes, you know, the constructive criticism will still like float to the top, and so I feel like you get a pretty decent look at it now. The Twitch chat is shockingly chill, which is weird compared to the size of the Matt Casey land. I think that's a Twitch versus YouTube thing. When I streamed on YouTube, the chat was going insane. It was unbelievable. Even though, like, so I remember on YouTube I averaged about 1,000 viewers one of my streams, and that was the stream where the chat was going wild. I see people stream on Twitch with 1,000 viewers all the time, and their chat is about as chill as this one. I think that's that's what I mean when I say that the YouTube live culture is not very good, and there are also, I think that if you're on Twitch, you probably have some like live stream etiquette is the thing. Yeah, Twitch has different demographics. I think on YouTube, like everyone is on YouTube. You go around and like ask people like, do you know what Twitch is? A lot of people will say no. But if you say like, do you know what YouTube is? They're like, oh yeah, I watched a YouTube video a few times. Everyone is on YouTube. And I think what happens is that on YouTube you get a lot more like, it'll sound insulting, you get a lot more like 9-year-olds who just have no idea. So yeah, it's a great place to post YouTube videos, but it's a difficult place to stream, I've found. But there is I do think there's a chance that I'll have some kind of dual streaming solution where maybe I'll stream to YouTube and maybe have the chat off, and also stream to Twitch and like encourage people to come to Twitch. Like Twitch will be the main platform, but then it'll kind of be like a satellite stream on YouTube. I'm thinking about like the best way to do that, but the reason I'm like putting it off is because I had kind of a. I don't know why people are yelling outside. And not. I had what would you call it? I had a very profitable, very exhilarating, but ultimately kind of unrewarding experience streaming on YouTube. Yeah. On YouTube, you wouldn't have to separately upload the VODs. I think I still would, actually, because the thing is, I was already uploading the VODs to YouTube, and no one knew where they were, because they were unlisted, and I put them in a playlist. Now, if I streamed live to YouTube, they would still be unlisted and in a playlist, because I wouldn't want to spam my sub feed with VODs, because then, you know, people would... it would lower my engagement, I would lower my ranking in the algorithm, and people in general would start to just ignore my channel. So I think it might still end up making sense to repost them on the VODs channel, even if I did dual stream to YouTube. YouTube will just have people comment whatever on any Twitch stream. Yeah, and I think, sorry, I didn't even finish reading it. Not doing a big event is usually more chill. Sure, yeah. Yeah, I think it does just come down to demographics. Like, if you're... if you're like a spammy kid, you're probably on YouTube, but you're probably not on Twitch, just because that content either A, doesn't appeal to you, or you kind of get... The culture kind of beats that out of you pretty quickly. I mean, that's a brutal way of wording it, but yeah, it's just like it doesn't, it discourages that anyway, right? Spammy kids are on Twitch too, they're just watching XQC. Oh, sure, yeah. But they're not like, even at 1,000 viewers, they're not like, YouTube is still worse at 1,000 viewers than Twitch is. When I used to be a spammy kid, that's the thing. When I say spammy kid, I don't even mean like. I don't even mean people who just like chat a lot. I just mean people who just don't who chat and don't like contribute at all. Like they just chat bullshit the whole time. Yeah.
When you say spammy kid, you mean a 12-year-old asking about Roblox?
No, I mean, I don't mind talking about Roblox. I just mean, there's a specific kind of,
Tier 100, we're all spammy kids at one point. We just had to learn how to not backslash.
I mean, that is true. When I was 12, in 2008, I used to go on a forum, and I have to say, I'm not proud of my conduct on that forum. Yeah, because not that I said anything mean or anything like that. I said it's just that I said a lot of cringy, unfunny things that I thought were really funny. I was like, haha, this is hilarious. But then everyone else was just like, that's not very funny. You're just being annoying. And I was just like, nuh-uh. And just like, when you get old, you're just like, oh, they were right. Actually, I wasn't being very funny, and I was just being annoying. So I think, to an extent, yeah, I think we probably all were like that at one point. I think maybe the thing is just, the internet provides a way to like let, you know, so many age groups intermingle, and that's where that, like, because I think if it's all 12-year-olds, there's probably no issue, right? So there's probably everyone does find or whatever they're saying funny. It's just that it's tough for like a 25-year-old on a forum to hang out with a 12-year-old on a forum. It's like they don't really mix very well. Yeah. Stop being cringe in chat. Never! I will always be cringe in chat. I will never. You can't stop me being cringe in chat. Yeah. Anyway. Wagwan, Matt. It's been a while. Is that a British thing to say? I guess so. Yeah, I haven't heard of that. All I know is g'day, mate, and that's all. That's it. If you, yeah, stop being cringe on the stream. No, I will always be cringe on the stream. Okay. Anyway, Wagwan is Jamaican. Gotcha. G'day, mate. Shrimp on the barbie, mate. Yeah, we don't say that either. No one ever says shrimp on the barbie. Anyway. So, okay. I'm trying to think. Is there anything else? Oh, yeah. So, it's nuclear rods that go in the barbie. SMH my head. True. No, it's, if anything, it's democracy sausages, all right? I haven't had a democracy sausage in... Actually, we had sausages when I went to visit Australia in April. So, what, like 9 months? I was gonna say it's been over 2 years, but it hasn't. It's actually only been about 9 months.
At MadClid, what's the most Australian phrase you could think of to say right now? Please don't skink on the accent. Cheer 100.
I used to, when I had an American girlfriend, I used to joke, we always used to joke about, you know, I'm trying to think if what's the exact wording I should use? What? Hey, want to head down to the servo, pick up a couple durries, and then go for a Macca's run later on? Yeah, mate. I don't know, something like that. We used to just joke about like those words all the time. Those sorts of things. Sunnies for sunglasses. We will unironically abbreviate anything. Gotta go to Zeno first. Yeah, I mean, that's where the Macca's money's gonna come from. Where else is gonna come from? Yeah, we will abbreviate quite literally anything. Anything. Johns will become Jonos, even though that's longer. Service stations become servos. McDonald's becomes Macca's. God, what else is there? I've been away from my country for too long. I've forgotten too much Australian slang. What else have we got here? Arvo for afternoon, of course. I've had to unlearn a lot of these things. Like, I can't say Macca's around my American friends or they just won't know what I mean. I've had to unlearn. I have to start saying McDonald's instead. Footy! We don't play football, all right? We play footy, okay? Oh, this is an interesting one. Oh, yo. Thanks for the 100 bits.
I really love Hodges. They just make me smile like new else. Ever seen anything by Michael Cusack? Like Quilello, Crystal Fantasy, etc.? Just myself laughing. Cheer 100.
I'm not sure if I have seen those, but yeah, I mean, Australian culture. I certainly think I've grown to appreciate it more since being away from it. At the time, it was so normal, and to me it was just kind of like, yeah, I just didn't. Yeah, I think I've grown to appreciate it more since living elsewhere. Oh, here's something that happened to me when I was in Australia this year. Instead of like candy or sweets or confectionery, we have another word for it in Australia, which is lollies. We will literally call stuff lollies. Like, here I'll use it in a sentence. Hey Timmy, you want some lollies? Or I remember I was at the doctor once. I was getting a CT scan. Lolly's short for lollipop in the UK. In Australia, it's like any candy. anything at all, any confectionery whatsoever. And I remember I was in a like, not a hospital, but a place where they did CT scans. I was getting a CT scan, and a guy, and before you do the CT scan, you're supposed to, you're given like an injection of based on your weight. So you're not supposed to like eat and drink for a certain amount of time beforehand. And I remember the guy before me, like, I was sitting in the waiting room, and the guy before me, he said, they said like, oh, you haven't eaten anything for the last 12 hours, right? And he said, yeah, though I'm diabetic, so I ate a couple lollies earlier. And I was like, like, that sentence wouldn't make any sense anywhere else. It just occurred to me in that moment.
Rick and Morty at all, you should really check out Bushworld Adventures Tier 100. It's
hey, thanks for the 100 bits.
Stuff I ever seen.
Okay. I'll look that up. Alright, yeah, I'll look that up. Maybe I'll watch that after the stream. Thank you so much. We also have lollipop ladies, which basically help kids cross the road. Yeah, we have lollipop ladies as well, yeah. Interesting. So I wonder if that's where it came from. Like, Australians kind of took that British word and just applied it everywhere, which is not the first time that Australians have done that. There's this famous image that goes around. Hang on, I'll see if I can find it real quick. Wait, what's this video I had here? Oh, it's just my video. Cringe. Thanks for the 100 bits. Yo, FDD the Lucario.
You made me remember I have a pet and court scan on Monday.
A court scan?
100.
Oh boy. Well, good luck. Enjoy. Hang on. Trying to find. Yeah. I guess this'll do. Oh god, this is like a fucking 2010 meme. Hang on, I'll bring this up. So I'm trying to find, essentially, in the UK and in America, there's kind of a distinction between chips and crisps or fries and chips. But in Australia, it's all chips, like fish and chips, or like chips from in the bag from the store. This is the like 2010 meme I was thinking of. Like, I don't know if I've seen anything quite as 2010 as this. The fucking vector graphics and god damn. Anyway, but my point is that like it's not the first time that Australians have taken a word that means one thing and then just applied it to everything. So yeah. I remember I've even been asked by Americans, like, how do you distinguish? How do you know if you like order chips in a restaurant? How do you know what you're gonna get? I'm just like, I don't know. You just always get chips. It's never been a problem before. Oh yeah, it says French fries. God damn it. Yeah. So essentially, the first one is chips. The second one is chips. The third one is chips. Anything else is wrong. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it. Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. These are all just chips, mate. Essentially. I don't even think, I mean, we know what the word French fries means, but like, I don't know if we use it that much in Australia. Like, most of the time, like, what we get from McDonald's is like, you know, the chips from McDonald's, right? You know, it's all just chips. Yeah. I get, yeah, chips and not chips. Exactly. No, I mean, technically, there is actually a bit of a distinction. And the distinction is, if a place says hot chips, then they're fries, or they're, you know, they're real chips. But if it's not that, it could be anything. I think that's technically the distinction. Matt, did you buy a ute in America yet? No, a ute. I guess, I mean, would the Ford F-150, which is the most popular car in America, would this count as a ute? Or does it only count to smaller stuff like the Ford Ranger? Is Ford Ranger, or maybe that's not what I'm thinking of. This is the Ranger I'm thinking of. It's the one that actually is significantly smaller than the F-150, but F-150 is like a big ute, but personally I wouldn't count it. Alright, well, yeah, in which case, no. I've driven one before, and I've driven a Ford Ranger before. I've driven a lot of cars, because I used to work at a car dealership. So yeah. But no, I've not bought a ute in America. I didn't even have a ute in Australia, but I did drive them, because I worked at a dealership there. The Subaru Baja is the only true ancestral ute in America. See, I'm not even 100% sure what counts as a ute. Like, oh, something interesting. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I'm not even necessarily sure what would and wouldn't count as a ute. I'm not sure if it's a ute, but it's a cute. Need a ute to carry out around those $1 wheels. I'll tell you what, a ute would have made moving a lot easier. They look like scooped out sedans and coupes. That's interesting, because I feel like I've always just seen any kind of pickup truck as a ute.
F-150? Why, that's not a ute F-450 now, that's a ute Cheer 100.
Call that a ute? Nah, that's a ute. That's what that's what I meant to say, obviously. God, alright, I'm all out of sorts today. I'm like, I'm all over the place, I feel like. Oh yeah, I was gonna watch this, Lego Island in Minecraft. Let's watch that a little bit later on. I do want to shout out this wiki page that I wrote. Like, so if I want to cover the days since Tuesday, which was when I streamed, Wednesday, I spent like almost the whole day writing a wiki article. Maybe not the whole day, like the first half of the day writing a wiki article. And then yesterday, I spent the whole day putting together the video that I just put out this morning. And so I've written just about every discovery I found up on this page. And I thought maybe it would be interesting to go through some of it with you guys. Chips plus plus. Yeah, C stands for chips, obviously. It's all chips. It all comes down to chips. C stands for B+1. That's what we called it in school. So we can see some kind of interesting stuff here. You can again see that the auto run is literally a carbon copy of the Chessmaster, and I guess that makes sense that they would just reuse the installer from the last game that they made. But it really is so similar. It's just kind of funny to see them side by side. Why is everything chips? Because chips are fucking delicious. Oh yeah, and because the installer is 16-bit, it runs on Windows 3.1, but obviously, you know, then it complains that the game does not, which it doesn't. The startup screen, we're all familiar with that. The config we saw. Oh, this is something that was really interesting. I did mention this in the video, which is that these buttons on this alternate launcher are actually really like buggy. At first I wondered, like, these actually seem to work, so I don't know why they didn't use it. But then I played around with them a little bit more. They're actually really buggy. If you click the helicopter mission, you end up in this like situation where some of the buttons are still on the screen. And then you can click one and launch another build section. And then it doesn't close the last build section properly. So you have, what, you have two of these buttons. You have both of the like switcher things. And then when you click and the song is playing twice. Hang on, I'll pause the music so you can hear. The song is playing twice. Such a mess. And then you have all the objects. You have the falling objects of the helicopter and the like shelved objects of the race car. It's such a mess. This is like the creepypasta version of the build sections. Yeah, so I thought that was really funny, and I didn't discover that in the stream last time. I did mention that in the video. I just thought I'd go over some of this stuff more with you guys. Here's something I didn't mention in the video. The racetrack, when you're flying over the city, or the island, you can see the racetrack appears, but only in some situations. Like if you go a little bit further, it disappears. And then I go back, there it is again. And there it goes again. So yeah, I don't know what's up with this. What would be really interesting, and we haven't like really looked at this island model yet, but what would be really interesting is if we could figure out how much of the racetrack is in there, because render bug, yeah, maybe. Because if we look at the Lego Island behind the scenes, we can find, yeah, there's an older version of the racetrack which is different from the one we got in the final game. Like the layout is different stuff happens, and I almost wonder, wouldn't it be cool if somehow this was still in there? I have no idea. I have no idea if it is, but like, yeah, like this stuff is not in the game at all, in the final game. This is like kind of there. Look, you got this loop. You don't have a loop in the final game. What on earth? Yeah, so it would be interesting to see if any of this stuff is still in the game somewhere. I don't know if maybe the alpha that we have predates this, but yeah, it'd be interesting to peruse through and see if any of that is in there. Lego Island feels like it's software rendered. It definitely is. Remember, this predates the wide adoption of hardware acceleration.
At Matt Clip, this section reminds me of Hard Driven or Wrist Drive in Tier 100.
Are those games? I haven't played any of those. But yeah, these Lego Island predated the widespread adoption of... oh, thanks for the 100 bits, by the way. It predated the widespread adoption of 3D accelerated graphics, so... yo! Mindless Hunter 99, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Thanks for the Bezos bucks, I really appreciate it. Hell yeah. Yeah. God, what was I saying? Yeah, it predates the adoption of 3D accelerated graphics cards. So they primarily designed this to be software rendered. It was kind of a last minute thing that they added a hardware mode. So in theory, that's partially why the game runs better in software mode, is because that's technically what it was designed for. Same with Jurassic Park Trespasser. It was primarily a software rendering, or primarily designed for software rendering. Even though hardware rendering runs faster and can look a little bit nicer, because hardware uses bilinear filtering while the software mode doesn't. But yeah, so for the most part, it was designed for software mode. Ancient racing games, gotcha. I want a loopy loop on the remaster version, just so you know. You know what? We'll try. We'll try to get it done. Why not? I'm impressed that they had this. Actually, to be honest, this probably did come after the build we have, because there's no like path detection in our build. It's all you can just kind of go everywhere. There's no. Whereas here, it seems like there's some pathing going on because he's like staying on this loop-de-loop. But even in our game, when you go on a ramp, you just like fly straight through it, right? They have loop-de-loops. It's really hilarious. If you hit something or go outside the track, you just spontaneously combust in midair. I might have seen some footage of that. I know that CS188 played a kind of interesting old racing game. Yeah, but the only thing is, if they don't have much of the racetrack, then what's this? Like, well, they can't have the entire racetrack, because, where the hell would they have fit that loop-de-loop, right? But they've clearly got something in there, right? Something. Anyway, what else have we got? What else did I not cover? Well, I guess that's it so far. I do know, I saw this morning that we got a new pull request on the decomp. There's some new code that actually one of the biggest contributors, Foxticles, has found in the by looking at the debug builds. The debug builds, we did not get symbols, as I mentioned in the video, but what we did get was debug builds which have like assertion strings in them, and they still have they're completely unoptimized code. So much gets optimized out of main.exe that the debug version is like 1.1 megabytes, and while the release version is like 87 kilobytes. It's such a huge ratio of like stuff that gets optimized out. So because we can look at that unoptimized code, what's really nice about it is that stuff doesn't get as aggressively inlined in the unoptimized code, so we can actually get a much better idea of what the original code might have looked like. So yeah. Hey Matt, hey, welcome to the stream, DJ Doey. I don't understand, is it boring Lego Island decomp or interesting fact about the development? I don't know anymore. I mean, we're currently just kind of talking about stuff. At some point, yeah, I guess I'll get some work done on the decomp. Then it might get a little bit more boring. Main.exe was in a personal conversation with the hydraulic press. Yeah, that makes sense. Alright, let's look at this. Lego Island made on Minecraft. Oh boy. I don't think I'll watch all 25 minutes, but that's pretty cool. I mean, it does look like it. Like they've really they've done a really good job resembling the game. Why does the old racetrack look cooler than the new one? That's kind of what I'm saying. The new one has some cool stuff, but I guess it's like, it doesn't have the loopy-de-loop though. We really need a loop-de-loop. Yeah, this is really well done. I have to say, well done. Good job. And apparently he's in South Australia. Nice. I just moved it to this monitor. Yeah, seems like a pretty good recreation to me. What are the remaining 25 minutes? Is it? Oh yeah, it's just going around stuff. Oh wow. So there's indoor rooms as well.
And Matt Clid, maybe you could play stunts for Tier harder than on stream someday, Tier 100.
Yeah, maybe. I'm not gonna make any promises for games to play. I usually as some people know, I'm not good at keeping promises when it comes to playing games on stream, because I think I just I don't know. I think I like to just I like to work on stuff, I guess. Interesting. So yeah, it's even like a little bit interactive. That's cool. There's a lot of work in this, clearly. Spent a lot of time playing the game, watching videos of the game to make sure I made it as close to the real game as possible. It includes all the interior seen on the game, as well as some extra interiors that I decided to add as extras. I just wanted to use the empty space inside those buildings. Why not, eh? The superstore, the bank, and one of the residential homes. Gotcha. I did always think it would be fun to go inside some of those homes, but I mean, I don't know what you would have done in them apart from like break in and steal their TV. I even went to the effort of building the racetrack, but this part of the map is the only area that isn't fully accurate to the original game because I had to build the entire racetrack inside the relatively small cave area. Yeah, I think physically it doesn't quite work. The like, I don't think there's any way to like physically accurately explain the racetrack as it appears in the game. So yeah. Tell the truth, Matt. This is you. It's my alter ego. Yeah. I was playing Lego Island 2 and beat the game. The installer showed Leg Island 2. Also, I want to ask, what is your opinion on Lego Island 2? I think it's okay. I did beat it, but I think it's not nearly as good as the first one. I think that the first game was actually like a labor of love, I'll say. Like, it was genuine inspiration, whereas I think the second one was just kind of like, it was people tasked with go and make a sequel, and they were like, all right, one sequel coming right up. Like, that's kind of what I feel like. What's this about? Oh, this is this actually the Xbox 360 version of Minecraft? Yeah, anyway. Yeah. So that's Bedrock, not 360. I think I've missed quite a bit of chat. Bedrock Edition. Is there actually any reason to play Bedrock Edition over the Java Edition? It always feels like the Bedrock Edition is always like everything. Well, I guess because it's like a different code base. It feels like some of the stuff that works. Oh, we were just talking about this? Gotcha. More optimized. I always feel like everything, and I'm biased because I grew up with the Java version, so I'm kind of like, it feels like a lot of stuff that I'm familiar with doing in the Java version, you can't do in the Bedrock version, so I'm just kind of like, well, why would you use that? Why would you play that one? Yeah. Mods, Java has mod support. No, I know. I'm saying the other way around. Is there any reason to use the Bedrock version instead of the Java version? Because, like, yeah, the Bedrock version doesn't have mods, right? Bedrock Edition is on consoles and has this. What's this? Sonic the Hedgehog. All right. Well, that's good. I'm glad that we got that out of the way. Bedrock is coded in C++. I guess, but like, on my PC, it's Minecraft runs at full speed. So Bedrock has some stuff that works better, partially because it's in C++, not Java. Yeah, I mean, maybe it works better on like embedded devices because of that, like consoles and whatnot. On trash PCs, yeah, I guess so. Microsoft didn't have shit to optimize Java, so Optifine did it for them. Right? Yeah, I'm just curious. I'm just curious, like, you know. Anyway. So I guess I think at some point, and I'm gonna make this announcement right here and right now. At some point, I'm gonna have to draw a line in the sand and say we work on nothing but Burnout on stream. Because otherwise, I feel like I need to block out, like, I want to say 3 weeks. And we won't work on anything else. But before we get there, I want to do, like, I want to make sure that all my other loose ends are tied up. So I want to cover a few more things in the Lego Island decomp. I know that there are some pull requests waiting for me to approve them. And I also think it might be cool, as I keep saying, I want to add this stuff to my chat, where you can just kind of change the... In fact, let's go ahead and do that now. Let's do some chatbot editing, shall we? I think Burnout 3 HD was a nerfed piece of crap. What was Burnout 3 HD? Is there actually a Burnout 3 HD? I wasn't aware of any, like, remake or anything. Yeah, so maybe what I will do is, yeah, I think what I'm going to start off with, I'm going to start off with looking at my chat bot, because as much as I like fart with reverb, I still think it's kind of funny that people have come to assume it's my default notification sound when it isn't. It's the alternate notification sound that for some reason never turns off, so it's just kind of become the default. So, people have come. Thankfully, not in my PS2 this time. It isn't. It's never been the default notification sound. It's always been the alternate sound. It's just that when people redeem the, like, change the notification sound, it never goes back. And I've never known why. And the conclusion I've come to is just, well, maybe I'll just change it so that it will just change permanently to different sounds. Many sound, much default. Yeah, pretty much. So anyway, 300 people redeemed the change notification during this Shrekathon. No, because it always reverts back when I restart the bot. It's just as soon as someone does it, it never undoes throughout. Like, but the first notification before anyone does that will be the default sound.
Cheer 100 new low down 40 get rid of fart hyphen with hyphen reverb top wave.
I'm not getting rid of it. I'm just yeah. I'm not getting rid of it. I'm just changing the behavior. Okay. So, and I don't know. I'm still looking at the code and I'm just like, I don't know why this doesn't work. But, you know, whatever. What programmer hasn't said that before in their life? So, yeah, don't worry. You will still be able to fart with reverb. I'm just gonna change the behavior so that it's a little less, so that it's a little more interactive. After this, will you decompile Lego Island 2 on PS1? Also, it's my birthday. Well, happy birthday, and also no, I will not. Yeah. What are the newer sounds going to be? Well, I'm going to start off just by keeping the 2 current sounds, but we'll add sounds over time. People can suggest them if they want. Yeah, I've been using a lot of PCM recently. I've been spending a lot of time in Windows 95. I know a lot of people, a lot of you guys know why, but especially even recently with all the Lego Island stuff, I've still been using a lot of PCM. Oh, by the way, if you haven't seen, if you're just coming in and you haven't seen, I have posted a video on the Matt Casey Bites channel, which is a secondary channel I've set up to cover more kind of short form news rather than, ooh, there's an auction. Just got an email about, rather than long form project videos. So if you're interested in looking at that, then I'll post a link in the chat, RN. In fact, maybe I'll even add a command, adcom new video. Or should it be new vid? Or should it just be video? What should people type when to get this video? Maybe just video. There we go. Yeah, I can pin it as well. That's a good idea. I've actually never done new vid is the common command. Okay, I'll make it new vid. Alright, and I'll pin it as well. New video about the Lego Island pre-alpha. You should hard code it in and use the YouTube API and try to find the newest video. Maybe. Yeah, I mean, I could. Just take some time. Alright, I'm pinning that. Yes. Change the stream because of this, by the way. Nice job. Hey, thanks. I tried to be as detailed yet concise as possible, so yeah, hopefully it worked out. All right, so I'm gonna rename this channel point redeem real quick, because currently it's change notification sound. I'm gonna change it to fart with reverb. Turns out that's too long, so I'm gonna say change alert sound to fart with reverb. Save. And I'll make a new reward and I'll say change alert sound to web scraping on top. The YouTube API has a lot of problems, I will admit. The YouTube API is really hard to work with because they have quota limits and they have well, some pretty harsh quota limits, and they have some APIs that are just arbitrarily locked behind nothing. Like you just have to make a request and fill out a form, and then you'll get access to it. But it's just a hassle. but it's fairly reliable and consistent, unlike the Twitch API. I mean, the Twitch API is reliable, but the Twitch API is not very consistent. Something that really pisses me off about the Twitch API, if you want to learn some hot tips about writing your own like alert box, Twitch has two APIs for getting like notifications. So if you want to get like subscriptions, cheers, channel point redeems, etc. There's two different ways to do it. There's event sub, which is the newer one. You can get events through either a WebSocket or by hosting a web page and getting Twitch to poll your website. But there are some things that are missing from event sub. There's some features that simply don't exist. Like I think from memory, it was something like when someone got a gift sub, you could get the name of the user who got the gift sub, but not the name of the user who gave the gift sub, or something like that. Which is kind of like, well, that's the name that I want. I want the person who gave the gift sub. It was something like that. So I eventually was like, well, fuck event sub, even though this is like the newer one and the one that like you're supposed to use nowadays. Well, I just fuck that off because it doesn't actually have the feature that I want. So I went back to the old one, which is pub sub. And pub sub is weird. It's really weird because first of all, it's all like really inconsistent. So the messages you'll get, they'll be like the data you'll get will all be kind of different every time. And this is another thing they do. They add JSON into the JSON, but not like as an object, as a string. So you have to get the string and then convert it to a JSON object and then, deserialize it. That's silly. Yeah, they put JSON into the string, in a really long string for no reason. And sometimes they do this without documenting it. I remember there's like some of these subscription events. I think this, they don't. I think sometimes from memory, this is a while ago that I did this. From memory, sometimes you'll get these. Like I think for the channel point stuff, you get these as a JSON object, but for the subscriptions, you get this as a one long string. And yeah, so it's really inconsistent and really hard to use. But like once you figure it out, it works pretty well. Like we use PubSub on here. All the notifications you see are run by PubSub. But it's really hard to write. It's because you never get what you think you're getting. That's a common Amazon thing. They do it on AWS too. I hate it. What? Why? It's so dumb. Yeah, anyway. Who came up with that? Please stop making APIs. True. Yeah. So why don't you just put content, username, and other stuff into a message? I know. I know. Yeah. Yo, dog, I heard you like web shit, so we put JSON in your JSON so you can parse while you parse. Yeah, you have to parse it twice. You have to be like, all right, well, I got this JSON object. Yeah, I got this JSON object. Yeah, this is the thing. Like sometimes sometimes you get it as like type message, and then in data you get data topic and then message, and you get your embedded JSON in the string. But then sometimes you get hang on, where is it? Oh god. Yeah, what the hell is this? Oh, it is. It's in a string again, I think. God. Anyway, so pub/sub is very annoying to use. I will say, at least YouTube's API is actually designed pretty well. It's very consistent, fairly predictable. Overall, using YouTube's API is fairly straightforward. The only thing that sucks about it is that they have like, they have a lot of quotas, and if you don't hit the quotas, or if you do hit the quotas, it sucks. What the hard thing about YouTube is, let's say you want to write a chatbot, okay? So you need something that can read and write chat messages, obviously. On Twitch, you can get these messages. You can hook into the chat either through IRC or through WebSocket. Not hard. You just do it. On YouTube, you have to call a REST API. You have to call YouTube live chat messages, and you have to call this list API to get, and it'll give you an entire list of all the chat messages from this broadcast, and then you keep polling it, and it'll give you the next couple of chat messages since the last poll. You just keep polling and polling and polling, and the problem, and okay, I mean, that's slow. That's a slow way of doing it, of polling for chat messages, but fine. It works. The only problem with it is that this list command is quoted. So if you call it too many times, then you'll get rate limited for the entire day. Because you can only poll this command a few times a day. And that's a real problem for writing a chatbot, because ostensibly you want your chatbot to respond as quickly as possible, which means it needs to poll as quickly as possible. By default, they rate limit you to polling about once every second. So okay, so in theory, it can only read. It'll be at least a second of latency, probably a little bit more, because it has to actually receive the data and then send an insert request back. So okay, so it takes like maybe a second or two to respond. But at that rate, I determined that you would hit the quota limit, polling that as frequently as YouTube would let you. You'd hit the quota limit in about 45 minutes, which, if you stream, is not a lot of time for a live stream. And yeah, and so I remember, because I was trying to work this out. I was trying to figure all this out back in January when I was thinking of streaming on YouTube. Like, how the hell do I like add things to the YouTube chat to make it a little bit better? And that was so frustrating to realize that, like, at the maximum rate they let you poll, which is about once a second, that you would only be able to have a bot for about 45 minutes. And so you can send them a request, a form, it's like a legal form, to be like, I would like some more quota. And when you do it, you have to give them like your company name, your company address, you have to dox yourself basically and give them all this information. You have to send some videos to tell us what your app does and why it needs this quota. And I remember at a certain point I just got really passive aggressive, and I was just like, they would describe in as much detail what your app is and why it needs this quota. And I just wrote, literally, I was just like, it's a chatbot, full stop. Like, why on Twitch it's such a common thing to have a chatbot? Why is this so hard on YouTube? I couldn't believe how hard it was. Anyway, so I sent in my really passive aggressive form, and they never got back to me. So I don't think they appreciated it very much. But yeah, so that's my experience with YouTube. The YouTube API, I think, is like, it's designed better, but they have these really ridiculous restrictions that make it really annoying to use regardless. So yeah. I thought they'd have some kind of push or webhook. I mean, yeah, you'd think so. I mean, even if it was like a WebSocket thing, that would be great, you know? It doesn't have to be IRC, but yeah, anyway. Google wanting all your information. A tale as old as time. Yep. They tell me you have to write a scraper to grab messages. I mean, I think so. I think that's the cleanest way, or like the simplest way to get the messages probably is to write a scraper, because otherwise you don't have to go through the fucking YouTube bureaucracy, right? I didn't realize the rate limit my code just spams it every while. I mean, yeah, I guess it depends. It depends how much you do it. YouTube gives you, or Google gives you 10,000 quota points a day. And they don't document it, but I think this command it consumes something like 8 quota points. It's like quite expensive, the list command. It doesn't actually document anywhere how many points it consumes, but it's quite a few from memory. Anyway, so fuck both of these APIs is the moral of the story. But yeah, in the meantime, oh yeah, so I renamed the alert, or the channel redeem, to change alert sound to fart with reverb. I'm gonna add another one, and I'm gonna call it change alert sound to notify, or to Windows 98 email. I'm trying to think, because I mean, I would call it notify.wave, but I don't know if that means anything to anyone else. Changes, maybe I'll put it in the description. Changes the alert sound to the Windows 98 email sound. Is it boring decomp of Lego Island or Twitch chatbot development? I mean, right now it's Twitch chatbot development. Later on, it might be Lego Island decomp. So, get off my back. Yeah, anyway. Okay, so change alert sound to notify.wav. I guess that's all I've got. Hang on, let me think if there's any other sound effects I've got. Let's see. I definitely have something. It's the Outlook Express new email sound. I guess it is. I always just read it as notify.wav, and it's in the like system settings, the system sound dialog. That being said, Seattle. Who in here lives in Seattle and takes like the Seattle train? Hang on. Because I live in Seattle. Yo, welcome to the stream from Seattle, Tingles. Because I was in Seattle in September for Trains in America. Yeah, there's a train in Seattle that goes from like north to south. Actually, there's quite a... I'd say Seattle of most of American cities does have decent... It has better public transit than most American cities. If you've never been to Seattle, I was in Seattle in September for PAX. The Seattle train makes that sound. Is it Sound Transit? I think that might be it. I wish I had a... I'm trying to look for like footage of it, but basically whenever anything happens in Seattle, like the train approaching, they play the sound. They play notify.wav. It is the Microsoft city. Yeah, you're right. Maybe Microsoft like sponsored this somehow. It's like it plays this sound. Yeah, in the Seattle train station. I was like, holy shit, did I get a sub? Yeah, so I wish I could find a video. I don't have a video because the reason why is because I wanted to get one while I was standing in this station. Not this station, but one of these stations. I wanted to get a video, but I didn't know when it was going to happen next, so I didn't just want to sit there with my phone recording for like 10 minutes and not getting anything. No, I mean the train has already arrived. We need like the notification before the train arrives. Yeah, I think it is. It must be this. It must be sound transit. No, yeah. I have to go back and I have to get a recording. Clearly, I mean, and no one else cares enough to get a video of this except for me. Yeah, unironically, it makes the sound, the Windows 98 sound. Yeah, but I wish I could prove that. I know it happened, but I wish I could prove it. Field work. That's right. It's original research by yours truly. I'm not just a YouTube documentarian sitting in my room reading Wikipedia. I actually go out and get some real work, some real journalism done, okay? Anyway, so the bot. Let's see. Okay. Alert sound fart. And alert sound notify. I'm doing some code right now. I guess I could show this on stream. Why not? Here we go. Yeah, I think so. I think this is okay. Next video, flying to Billund and breaking into the LEGO HQ. Well, you know, if they had the damn LEGO Island source code, I'd consider it. But since they don't, I don't know what they could give me. Anyway, current. 0 equals 1, just making a little enum there, and then alert sounds equals, I'm gonna make it a little array. I know everyone gets pissed off at me when I write JavaScript because I'm used to lower level languages, so I'm used to writing semicolons, and people will be like, why are you writing a semicolon? I'm just like, cause I care, damn it! I want the semicolon! Anyway, current alert sound equals 0, and this will say alert sound equals alert sound fart. We don't need that. I'll say this is notify.wav. Actually, is it wav still? It's yeah, it is. It's fart.wav and notify.wav. Okay. I do too. Semicolon in JavaScript is accepted. However, when I use semicolons in Python, everyone gets mad. Including the Python interpreter, right? It doesn't accept that, does it? Stroke notify. Okay, we don't need this anymore. Instead, I'll be using current alert sound. Okay. And so we can remove this variable. It doesn't care? Really? I've never tried. Python's syntax is different enough that at least there I'm not yeah, at least in Python I don't feel like I have to write a semicolon. In JavaScript, because it's C syntax, I feel like I have to. Hang on. A link in my video is broken. Alright, let me fix this link real quick. What's the best link shortener nowadays? Yeah, what do people use? Oh, bit.ly. Okay, bit.ly. Alright, I'll use that. It seems like... Hang on, I'll actually show this because I can. Yeah, apparently, If I go to the new video I posted, the link to my wiki is broken. Yeah, and I think but in the editor, it's actually correct. There's nothing wrong with it. I think YouTube doesn't like the fact that the link has brackets in it. So I was going to use a URL shortener, but maybe there's like, hang on, what's the percent encoding for brackets? For parentheses. Maybe I'll try this. I'll try using these, using percent encoding and see if that works. Save. So we finally have another. Shut up. Okay. All right, that's good enough. Never mind. Never mind. No URL shortening required. It only works, I think, because the web server, I guess, accepts either, or maybe it's more that the browser does this anyway. I'm not sure, but yeah. Anyway, so that works. Cool. Good to know. Good to know. Thanks for the help. It's the browser translating it. My guess is, yeah, the URL, like the browser probably sends these. If I actually had like a bracket here, the browser probably sends percent encoding anyway, just because that's the URL standard. So my guess is they're actually exactly the same. It's just it's just telling the browser to do different things. I mean, it won't work on IE. I don't know. I think it would work on. It would still work on IE. I mean, can you even still use YouTube on Internet Explorer? Like, does that still? How usable is that browser nowadays? I haven't seriously used Internet Explorer since 2006, I think. So I was glad to witness its downfall, but I didn't personally experience it. I don't know when it like stopped becoming useful or like what people were doing. I never used the original versions of Edge that still used the Trident rendering engine. Like, yeah, it's completely outside of my world. Internet Exploder. Yeah, true. Internet Exploiter. Idiot Exploiter. Microshaft. Wind blows. Yeah. Please update your browser. Good. Okay, cool. That was a crisis averted. Let's go back to writing code. Real quick. Do I have to write something in the back end as well? I think I have to write something in the back end, which is... Yeah, okay, so in my Twitch pub sub, when I get the... Okay, so I have to, rather than sending the alt notify event, I'm gonna call it the alert fart event. Alright, that should work on all platforms. Now, I'm gonna go ahead and redeem the change alert sound to notify, and the only reason I redeemed that is because I got just now got an error message saying unknown redemption, which gives me the ID of this redemption, so I can add that to my backend, call it alert notify. And then here, make another one of these and say alert notify. That should work. Only one way to find out. Let's restart the bot and test it. Alert fart event. Now that sounds like a happening time. Come on down, the alert fart event. I've just been notified that herder, I'm a ninja sloth is a real line from the Linux kernel's makefile. Really? What's the... There's a real line from Hydro Thunder... Hang on, what was it? Oh yeah. parking is in the rear. Oh god. That's pretty good. What on earth? Why did I get a link that was in Arabic? Anyway, we can't use Elon's Twitter. We can't use X. We have to use Nitter instead. Yeah, this is a real line from the Hydro Thunder source code. James Cameron rules. Fuck you. Good times. Anyway. Oh, sorry, you can't actually see it. Here, James Cameron rules. Fuck you. Classic. Anyway. What's this? Herder, I'm a ninja sloth. Oh god. Alright. Here's a good idea. Anyone who works on wine, avert your eyes, because I'm gonna look at the Windows XP source real quick. Oh no! Hang on, it's definitely somewhere. Here we go. Let's search for fucking. Oh, I can't search without Google without logging in. This is just on a Microsoft website. Yes, yes, it is. I think they used to bother DMCAing it, but they stopped bothering. Yo, being sketchy. Thank you so much for the raid. Hell yeah, welcome in everybody. I attempted to search something on GitHub, but it didn't work because I'm not signed in on here. So I'm trying to toss up whether it's worth signing in or whether it's worth sharing a signed in browser. I don't know. What a kind warning. Imagine if you just had to stop working on your project by watching a streamer. Exactly. True. Finnish bookshelf? Is that what we were is that what we were doing? Welcome in everyone. How's everyone doing? From Finland? Hell yeah. I hear good things about Finland, but I've never been. I've never been to anywhere in Europe. I've never been outside of... I've been to the UK, but as we all know, that is not Europe anymore. Yeah. Just use another repo hosted on GitLab or something. Gosh, can I find one? Are they gonna let me do it? I don't know if I don't know if I'll find an equivalent repo on GitLab though. Anyway, doesn't matter. We'll do that another time. Actually, I'm really tempted to do it now. Maybe I could. I'm trying to think. How dangerous is it to log into GitHub? Like, what's the? I know that logging into Google is dangerous because Google will dox you, but like GitHub, I guess it's not that bad. I don't think I have anything like particularly spooky on GitHub. Oh. I'm looking at grep.app. This is interesting, but I specifically want to look through... hang on. I guess we can try this. Let's see if this works. So, specifically trying to look through this repository. So if I... And then I'm like... I don't know. I think, yeah, I think if I want to do this, I think I might actually have to sign into GitHub, unfortunately. Mute mic when typing password. Oh god, do you think so? Do you think is that actually a thing? Stop screen sharing? No, it's not the logging in part, it's the being logged in part. Like, is GitHub gonna show anything like... Is there a chance that GitHub will show like a key or something like that at any point without me knowing ahead of time? No, no, it's not. I can turn off the screen when I log in. It's just being logged in general. Will it show like some secret key at some point without me knowing? Like, because when I'm logged into Google, Google will identify you constantly. It'll always show identifying information about you. But being logged in shouldn't show anything without you actively looking for it. Hopefully not. All right. Well, let's give it a try. Git clone it and use grep. That's not a bad idea. It's just kind of a big repository. Like it'd be easier to just search. If you go into your profile, there are keys in your settings. All right. Well, tell you what. Let's you know what? I've got a better idea. I'm just gonna make a burner account. Who cares? I want to risk my GitHub account for the lols. I mean, I'm trying to weigh it up. I will do a lot of things for the lols, but this is not a suppository. True. Yeah, I'm just gonna... Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna make a burner account. You know what? Who cares, right? We need some lols, but I'll make a burner account. Mostly public keys. Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to risk it though. Create a password. I love Bill Gates.sex. What a cool password. Hunter 2. Just leak your keys yourself for GitHub can? True. Good idea. Okay. Please don't leak my keys. That'll be my username. I don't want to receive product updates and announcements. Verify. Oh god. Why does this... Okay, I have to do one of these human verification tests. Okay, done. What are we going to do on GitHub? Honestly, it's probably going to be completely underwhelming. Like, I'm probably building it up too much by doing all this bullshit. just to use the search feature. All I wanted to do, what I find kind of fun is going through closed source code leaks and looking for swear words. Because if they're really mad about something, they will probably swear about it at some point in a comment. Your keys just leak naturally as you get older? Damn, don't remind me. What are you trying to say? You think I'm getting older? Alright, I think we are logged into a burner account now. Nifty. Like I said, this might be totally underwhelming, and it probably will be. Let's just get that out of the way first. Probably totally underwhelming. But let's find out. Alright, so now I'm on a burner account now. There should be no keys that matter. Literally, my username is please don't leak my keys. Everyone go follow github.com/please don't leak my keys. Anyway. Alright, let's search for some swear words. Oh, of course, this is just like junk mail detection. Oh no. Please don't tell me this has been sanitized of swear words. Shit. It is shit. No. Miss shit. No, I know. It's not actually what it says. I'm just reading into it for fun. Have you source graph? No. Damn, it's finding so many like words that end with sh and the next word ends with it. That's not good. Search for Scunthorpe. You think they'll actually have something? I know what that's a reference to. You think they'll actually have a reference to that? That could be interesting. How about Windows 2000 code, source code, GitHub. Here we go. Nice. Here we go. This is what I was looking for. Bug. The fucking alpha C++ compiler seems to fuck up the goddamn LP item ID list, so to work around the fucking piece of shit compiler, we pass the last param as an LP void instead of an LP item ID list. I love that. I love pure, unbridled rage in the Windows source code. What about dumb? Alpha warning is dumb? Wow, someone really didn't like alpha. A dumb encryption decryption algorithm. I guess that, I mean... Oh, hang on. What do we got here? wait, we just had it. Okay, this is really dumb. The old packager allowed the user to create packages without giving them icons or labels, which in my opinion is just dumb. It should have at least created a default icon and shoved it in the persistent storage. Oh well, so if the appearance type comes back as nothing, then we just won't read any icon information. Interesting, okay. So that's kind of fun. Might let you search better? Maybe. What's github.dev? Oh, isn't this just like VS Code, but online? Hang on, what about stupid? Go to the repo, press dot.
Go to the repo, press dot cheer 100.
I don't know what that means. I don't know what press dot means. But thanks for the 100 bits, I really appreciate it. We were stupid and let an intern code the mapper. Wait, hold on. On keyboard. Go to the repo where? In here? I feel like that was very vague. On the repo site. What's the repo site? This one? On GitHub? I'm already on GitHub. I'm pressing dot and nothing's happening. I feel like you need to explain this in much more detail. Go to the repo and press the dot key. Alright. How do I get back to it easily from here? I just have to... Oh, okay. Gotcha. You're on search, not in repo. Well, I figured it out. Turn this off as well. Alright, do all this to look up shit. Oh, hang on. Some ugly shit going on here. Alright, what's the ugly shit going on here? What even is this? This is some kind of 3D paint function. Download full index. All right. See, I don't use VS Code. Anyway, oh, I guess we have to wait for it now. Look for this shit. All right. Bug, don't do this shit! Uh-oh. What could that be? 3D Paint wasn't in Windows 2000. No, it's some kind of like control function. Like, I think by 3D, I think we mean like, you know how the buttons have like a white line on the left, the top and the left, and then a black and a gray line on the bottom and right? He labels stuff as bug, does he actually? Well, he can't have been the only one, or maybe he was, but that's funny. Don't do this shit, but like... I wonder what this shit is. Try disaster, alright. A higher level driver has attempted to call a lower level driver through... this is a disastrous situation. I think this might just be documentation, yeah. Warning, MB system modal is necessary. No message boxes should be run while the clipboard is open. Loss of focus to other apps can be disastrous. The clipboard will be hung, or if the clipboard is closed, the contents could be changed by another app. Alright. Well, I'll keep that in mind. Clusterfuck. Alright. Hey, what else? What comes up with fuck in this one? Oh, here we go. Cool. Got some more fucks this time. High contrast mode is turned on. This totally fucks our style sheet, as most of it will get ignored. The best we can do is resize our window so the gigantic fonts will show correctly. Damn, did they actually hard code like a rectangle here? That feels a little bit, feels like something you shouldn't be doing. See if this file is loaded by kernel. That's something we don't want to fuck with. Gotcha. Oh yeah, this is this fantastic comment about the Alpha C++ compiler. There's a couple of them, actually. The user fucked up. You're holding the Windows 2000 wrong. Uh-oh. If you change tabs to spaces, you will be killed! Doing so fucks the build process! Oh god, uh-oh. The user fucked up, we need that on a shirt. That'd be great, actually. This is like... there are those people who hate spaces. This is what... this is what they need on a shirt. This is fucked. If a map goes to multiple physical devices, we return the last D result. This is totally random for some messages, like... Press the... okay, anyway. Yeah, I'll search Bill Gates. Bill Gates. No. Gates? No. Michael Gates? Apparently there's a guy named Michael Gates. Anyway, no one is writing secret messages to Bill. What about to Steve? No. Ass. All right. No, too many other words that ass could be. Oh, here we go. Someone's talking about a rat's ass. Important. Even though we don't give a rat's ass about the extra info, we have to ask for it. If we don't, internet crack URL returns everything after the host name is the URL path. We don't want the query string or the fragment in our... Alright, fair enough. CEO. No. Too many other things it could be. A crime. Crime. Horrible. Wait, what? Something catastrophic happened, or at least something bad. Die a horribly fiery, mangled, painful death. Cool. That's what I want. I hope that's written. That's how I go out. Crack at this point. Cocaine. Nah, there's too many actual usages of crack. Antitrust. No, ain't no way. Nah. Murderous rage. I wonder if I just look up murder. If a WoW app, that's a Windows on Windows app, bypasses, initiates, and posts directly to a window on the same desktop, let it sneak by here. This allows some evil apps such as OpenEngine and CA Cricket to get away with murder. Uh-oh. Alright, well... I wonder what these apps look like on Windows 2000 then. Try clicking... Oh, what? You can search for a whole word by clicking on the AB button. Oh, okay. Oh, not that one, this one. Match whole word, alright. Okay, that makes sense. In case some lame-ass DLL. Oof. Alright. This state is ass. Wait, what? This state is ass. Oh, I think it's associated. I think it's short for associated. What repo is this? It's the Windows 2000 source code. That's why it's funny. Wait. Whoever wrote this code needs to come to my office for a good old ass kicking. We can't test for error file not found because in the case where we copy to a write protected destination, we check to see if the reason we got access denied was because there's already a read-only file there. If there isn't, that test is going to set last error to error file not found, and that's what we're going to report as an error. Oh wait, that actually is Dave. That's Dave Plummer. That's his username. Holy shit. Can I go to his office for a good old ass kicking? I'd love that. Oh, that's so funny. Try crap load. Reminds me of the source code for WebKit, which makes exceptions for some Microsoft sites because goddamn, they're doing this improperly and we're getting blamed for it. True. That's so funny. Send it to him. Maybe someone can clip that and we can send him. Let's see, crap load. Shitload might be. I feel like programmers tend to be a little bit more, like, explicit. This shit's read-only. Well, that's not interesting. Yeah, so we got some shit in there. Hang on. Communist? Try bloated or Linux? Oh, Linux would be interesting. Alright, what's in Linux? No. What about Apple? No. Doesn't seem like it. Mac. Intosh. Doesn't seem like it. I can't see any, I mean, there's a lot of references, but what we're looking for is bad mouthing, obviously. Try Unix, alright. Insane, let's try insane. That's probably not a bad idea. Alright, pretty normal. Second style is convenient on Unix, but is unhelpful on systems that support pipes. MS-DOS has been open source recently. Could Microsoft have cleaned it before the upload? That's my guess. Try cock. Cause do we really think cock is gonna be in there? Dick. No. I love that ass kicking is in there. That's so funny. Insane. That's what I was gonna look up. Oh yeah, we could do could search Dave PL and see if we can find any more of his comments in there. I mean, I guess he worked on this quite a bit. Oof, he's all over this stuff. Interesting. Love having theories right the whole time. Yeah, I guess so. What else? Idiot. This ought to be good. People calling themselves idiots, calling each other idiots. Also refuse to free blocks that are not 8-byte aligned. The specific idiot in this case is Office 95, which likes to free a random pointer when you start Word 95 from a desktop shortcut. Oof, that's unfortunate. As further insurance against idiots, check the segment index to make sure it is less than heap maximum segments. This should fix all the dorks who have ASCII or Unicode where the heap header is supposed to be. Dorks, eh? That's a personal attack. They're writing exceptions for their own fucking programs, yeah. Now make sure this window isn't some bogus idiot trying to create a second conversation from the same client window. Wait, what is this? This is process DDEML initiate. I don't know what that means. We need to check VK R button because some idiot apps subclass us to pick off R button down to do their menu instead of up or the notify or WM contracts menu. Then after it's done and the button is up, they then send us a button down. All right. You idiot, you. That's some context I don't know about. The idiot specify. Wait, if the user specified the... Oh, they're calling the user an idiot again. If the user specified the -N or -N switch on the command line, initialize the default transport to that string. And then if both of these things happen, then the idiot specified both, so they throw an error. Oof. A bunch of sanity checks to ensure nobody is violating any of the bazillion assumptions Oh, this is actually... Oh yeah, this is the calculator source. Yo, the actual WinCalc. Bunch of sanity checks to ensure nobody's violating any of the bazillion assumptions Calc makes about the order of controls. Of course, these asserts wouldn't prevent a really dedicated idiot from messing things up, but they should help guide a rational person who might not be aware of Calc's idiosyncrasies. Anyone who modifies the resource file should hit these asserts, which will then alert them to the consequences of their actions. Right. One of my prouder moments was implementing fill-fit wallpaper scaling XP. Holy shit! Did you ever like publish that anywhere? Because I could use some of that. Some idiot is polling peak message. This really happens in ms-dos.exe, which goes into such a loop on double click. The real system. Yeah. Anyway, that's funny. I like how they call their call users idiots sometimes. I mean, that's actually not really a dig at them. They're as someone who's worked in software. There are certainly times when you're just like, you have to write something because you know someone will try it even though there's like no good reason to. You know someone will do it and you're just like, some idiot is gonna try this. So, dumbass, alright. Dumb hack for backward compat? Well, I mean, there's plenty of those in Windows, I'm sure. out of all operating systems, Windows will probably have plenty of those. We seem to have shipped this thing with a giant leak. Uh-oh! The object is supposed to set pclient to null if the registry value should be used instead of the buffer. However, we just allocated a buffer for in the code, and all the filters then set this pointer to null, and it's bye-bye buffer. I can't simply not allocate this memory. Oh, this is the dumbass part, right? So it's a leak. It's a memory leak, not a source code leak. Search die. No, of course not. Oh, did you do it in the source? I thought it would be like a binary patch or something like that. But I certainly, I would love something like that one of these days. For messages where the user wants to die. Yo, that's for me! Die a horribly, yeah, horrible, fiery, mangled, painful death. I mean, we did see that. Yeah. I looked up horrible earlier, so I saw this before. Terrible. Hang on. It is not death, but dying, which is terrible. Interesting. Okay, that's getting fairly philosophical here. Bug. Ugly, terrible hack for Netscape. Oh god. Wait, did they have the Lego Island fix yet? No. Okay, because we know that's in keep losing this. We know that's in here, I'm pretty sure. Hurry up. Lego Island. Yeah, okay, so that's an XP thing, interestingly enough. Or maybe this just doesn't have... This is part of Direct 3D, so maybe this repo doesn't have any Direct 3D code in it. Is there Lego or Barbie in the code? Microsoft literally tried to fuck over Netscape. What do you mean they had an exception in their code? My guess is that they're not trying to fuck them over. My guess is they're trying to... they had to do something to make it work. There's only a partial leak. Oh yeah. So it probably doesn't include Direct 3D. Oh, I meant outside of this. Oh, I see. Yeah. Oh yeah, I get shit. I get what you're saying now. That they were trying to fuck over Netscape, yet they apparently wrote something to make it. I guess because people would blame Windows in this circumstance. I love. But so far, I think searching idiot was the funniest. Stupid. I think we don't allow the user to be stupid and make a polygon with only 2 points because they won't ever be able to select it. Yeah. I hate this interface. This method is stupid. Gotcha. Damn, alpha version of the VM is still busted. Stupid code is back. Why do they have so many problems with alpha? No wonder they dropped that. Oh Unless this is, I mean, alpha could mean certain different things. I'm assuming, because we were talking about the alpha compiler earlier, that they're talking about the alpha CPU architecture, but maybe they're talking about some other kind of alpha. Change from being a library into define. Turns out that the linker is stupid and doesn't remove unneeded functions. Yeah, interesting. Also works around stupid bug in RC 3.1 that doesn't allow. Yeah, I don't know. That's too esoteric for me. Talking about alpha males. Yo, Andrew Tate. What's next? Oh, what's this? This is private extract icons W. By W, we're not talking about taking a W, we're talking about the Unicode wide char version. CX icon, CY icon are the size of the icon to extract. Two sizes can be extracted by putting size 1 into the low word, size 2 into the high word, i.e. make long 2428 or 2448 would extract 24 and 48 size icons. Yeah, this is a stupid hack. It is done so iExtract icon extract can be called by outside people with custom large small icon sizes that are not what the shell used internally. Gotcha. Stupid C will choke if this number is printed in decimal. That's funny. Oh, so true, King. Stupid IE. I assume you've seen the video of Simpsons hit and run source code comments being AI dubbed by comic book guy. I think so. I've definitely seen the hit and run. I've definitely seen a video on the hit and run comments. I don't know if it was that exact one, but yeah, I've definitely seen something like that. Hack for hijack 95. Wait, what's hijack 95? Copy. Oh, this is actual software. Why does it look like? Why does it look like a keygen? What did it do? What did hijack 95 do? Oh, it's an image manager, graphics converter, and screen capture computer program. It can be also be used for batch editing. Oh, okay. Well, that's not what I expected at all. Hi, Jack. Hello, Jackson. Exactly. Hack for hijack 95. These hose bags were either stupid or evil. Instead of creating property sheet pages with create property sheet page, they merely take a pointer to a prop sheet page structure and cast it to hprop sheet page. They got away with this on Windows 95 because Windows 95's hprop sheet page actually was 95% identical to a prop sheet page. The missing 5% causes RIPs at property sheet destruction, which hijack no doubt ignored. On NT and IE5, this coincidence is not true. So validate that what we have is really a property sheet structure by checking if it's on the heap at the right place. If not, then make one. That's interesting. So yeah, they're writing the OS, but then like some software dev does some dumb shit that they didn't expect, and now they have to in Windows write something, a specific function called hijack 95 hack, so that software can continue to run. That's gotta be a little frustrating. I can see from that perspective why Apple is just like, nope, we don't care. Fuck your 3-year-old software if you did something wrong. Because, yeah, I can see how this gets kind of annoying. I wonder if hijack 95 hack is still in Windows to this day. Do they still have to maintain this code? To like, yeah. Oh, hi, Jack. Yeah. Looks like an absence time by a kid. Yeah. I wonder if evil will come up with more. Warning, danger, evil. Oh, this is Shulwappy, which I had to fuck around with a lot for the .NET patch I made. Gee, my laptop is not perfect and can be fooled by particular hardware configurations. You are much better off asking specifically why you care about laptops and use one of the above GMI values instead. For example, if you want to scale back some intensive operations so you don't drain the battery, use GMI battery state instead. Fair enough. Trying to cope. We love shell lightweight API DLL. We do. Yeah, I love it. Great. Evil typecasts. Well, I've done a lot of those in my lifetime. That's a common situation in C. It's a life goal of mine to write tool so bad that it's mentioned in Windows source code that they have to fix it for you. You fuck up so bad that Microsoft has to fix it for you. Oh god. The root of all evil. Well, that's just a joke. Yo! MS Sans Serif is a really evil font, in spite of the fact that this is, by the way, the default font in Windows 95, 98, and ME. This is what gives the this is what gives Windows 9X its look when you Windows 9X, not the like true type version of it. Yeah, this font. This is what gives Windows 9X its look and feel. Anyway, it's apparently a really evil font. In spite of the fact that it contains virtually none of the Latin 1 characters, it claims it supports Latin 1. Unfortunately, MS Sans Serif is an extremely common font for use as default GUI font. This means that intrinsic controls will often use MS Sans Serif. By setting our language bits to S-bits ASCII, we make certain we always font link for non-ASCII characters. We should never font link for ASCII characters. Damn. Well, I've learned something about MS Sans Serif. Good to know. What are we doing? Did Windows 2000 code leak? The answer is yes, but not recently. This was a long time ago. I just thought it'd be fun to go through and look for swear words. And you know what? It has been fun. We've already gotten past swear words, and now we're looking for other things, trying to find just like people saying shit in the comments. That's MSHTML with ifdefs to WinCE. Oh. Interesting. MSHTML. Is that the like HTML engine? That code probably ran on the Dreamcast. Yo! Well, not this, because this is if not def, but the rest of the code, sure, yeah. Oh, apparently if... Yeah, apparently if we were on Windows CE, it just returns 0. But if we're on not Windows CE, it returns all this shit. You! Thanks so much for the sub, Argix2. Thanks so much for the 2 months. I really appreciate it. Thanks for the tier 1. Hell yeah. Alright, what's next? Oh! They're doing it again. They're talking about it again. That special code for this font, which is a really evil font. I'm guessing this is probably the same guy wrote these 2 comments. He didn't make the same spelling or typo this time. Still on the fault with reverb. I never got around to restarting my bot and trying other alert sounds. I got distracted. I got sidetracked by this. If the control is downright evil, then get out immediately. Well, I mean, if you've got a flag called compat evil don't load, then yeah, I guess it's evil and you shouldn't load it. This allows some evil apps. Oh yeah, we read that one earlier. NT5's last-minute hack for evil applications. Who disables the desktop window, leaving the system pretty unusable? Huh, okay. Special case for SAS. Examine real physical modifier key state. An evil daemon process can fool convincingly pretend to be WinLogon by registering Alt-del as a hotkey and spinning another thread that continually calls keyboard event to send the control key up. When the user types Control-Alt-Delete, only Alt-Delete will be seen by the system. The evil daemon will be woken by WM hotkey and can pretend to be WinLogon. So, look at GFS SAS modifiers down in this case to see what windows were physically pressed. If hotkeys are ever made to work under journal playback, make sure they don't affect... That does sound pretty rough, that you could pretend to be Control-Alt-Delete on the login screen. Yeah. I haven't seen Damon in some time. This man is getting biblical. Right. That is a bit misleading. It is not a new sub. It is my 2nd month streak. Yeah, it's a resub, right? All right, what's next? Jesus. The word evil is used quite a bit. They call apps evil, which I guess makes sense. I like how they called the developers of Hijack 95 specifically evil. Evil, evil, evil. For browse-only mode support, not the right way to do things. All right, yeah. Evil! Return an alias pointer to the piddle in this variant. That is why it is const. All right, yeah. So rather than, because I've seen people write like hack in their code, like hack, and then describe the hack. Now they're actually, but in Windows they write a lot of evil to note hacks instead. Warning, evil, horrible restriction. Yeah, here we go. These hose bags. Wait, how many times did they use hose bag? I wonder. Hang on, let's hose bags. Who else at Microsoft used hose bag? No, just one mention of hose bag, I'm afraid. Every villain is lemons? I wonder if there's villain in here. No, we might start getting a little bit fairy tale. Don't barf if this doesn't work. Some villain might have uninstalled it. They actually call people villains in here as well. Anyway, only one time, only one villain. Just keep in mind this is apparently a partial leak. I don't think it's got everything in it. All right. What's next? There was still some like evil references that we hadn't seen. Oh wait, I had a tab for that actually. Note that we are evil. Ah, claps in chat for the Microsoft self-awareness. Special case for root of evil. I thought this was a joke. They keep mentioning it. The root of evil. Like this was actually. I feel like this was actually a. They actually called something the root of all evil at some point. Yo, Argix2, thanks so much for gifting a sub. Hell yeah. Gifting a sub to Cucky Dev. Hell yeah, thank you so much. Sort of this? What's this? Evil. Oh god, no, it's okay. Evil hack. Since the GUID hack doesn't work unless the object really exists in the same space, we pull an evil trick and just create the ID list that the shell would have made if you had asked for it. Alright, gotcha. This is a pretty gross evil code that is Intel x86 specific, but oh wait, hang on. Call proc x32w. Returns whatever the procedure returns, or zero an error. Generic wrapper for thunking. Oh, okay, it's a thunking. To aid in building DW mask, the macro arg pointer builds the appropriate bit mask that indicates the argument k of n is a pointer. K is zero based, of course. This is a pretty gross, evil code that is Intel x86 specific, but hey, it's Win16, that's to be expected. Call proc 32w is insane. It's a variadic function that uses the Pascal calling convention. It probably makes more sense when you're stoned. How often did they mention being stoned, I wonder? Just clone this if it gets taken down. Size of this 100 gigabytes. Wait, this? The 2000 source is 100 gigabytes? Stoned. I want to see how often do they talk about getting stoned? Somebody should get a voice actor or AI voice to read over some of this. Yeah, probably. There is some good stuff here. Who wrote these comments? MFs at Microsoft, essentially. Pascal calling convention. We're getting pretty deep into weeds when we talk about calling conventions. I'm not sure what a Pascal calling convention is. I just assume it's different from a C calling convention is, which I do know. Its size 427 megabytes, but since it's a lot of files, I guess it's cluster size itself. Interesting. TLDR, how does code call itself? Yeah, that's a calling convention. Yeah, I don't know exactly what differentiates a Pascal calling convention from a C calling convention though. Really, and they just left all that in there? That's funny. Well, I mean, they didn't expect this to get leaked. Obviously, this is private code. So that's the point. Is that when you look through that's the point I think of looking through this. I think because when you're looking through open source code, then they wrote that with the intention that the general public would see it. So I think, by and large, they'll probably be more careful about what they say in the comments. But if you have a huge code base that's leaked, on the other hand, then you might end up getting a bunch of hilarious shit instead, because people assumed that their comments would stay in-house. Linus Torvalds, well, yeah, I mean, Linus is a different situation. Linus is unique in that sense, I think. I think a lot of open source stuff is not like that. I kind of want to suggest diarrhea. Jesus. Seeing you upload a video today really put joy in my heart. Hell yeah. Even though it was a small, bite-sized video, bite with a Y, obviously. Hey, I'm glad you liked it. A lot of root of all evil. Like, wait. NT4 is gross and evil. How dare you? Not my beloved. That's kind of interesting. What's this? Oh, this is Shulwappy again. Or at least a file in it. Windows 9X doesn't support terminal server, so false. NT5 has a new system metrics to detect this. NT4 is gross and evil. This is slow, so cache the result. Gotcha. That's interesting. That video is actually really good quality. I was shocked that you made it in just a few days. Technically, I made it in one day. I made it all yesterday. But, I mean, the discoveries in that video were made the day before and the day before that. So, but writing and filming, like, I worked all day. Like, literally woke up, started writing, filmed it, then spent the rest of the day editing until night. So it's like, it's not a sustainable all-day edit, but yeah, I mean, it can be done. It can be done. If I'm trying to get like breaking news out there, it can be done. Anyway, gross. I think I'm guessing. I think we might be coming towards the end of the fun of looking through the Windows 2000 source code comments. Any chance we see the Lego Island edition in here? We already looked for it. It's not in the Windows 2000 source. It is here though in the XP source. So it is. I don't. It's unclear at this point when it was added. Like whether it was added in Windows 2000 or Windows XP or like what? No, I should say whether it was added in XP or earlier. That's inconclusive. But this would appear to suggest that it's it was introduced as part of DirectX 6, which makes sense because Lego Island was DirectX 5, so I guess they had to implement a hack pretty quickly. When was DirectX 6? When did that come out? Y'all got anything before 9? I guess maybe Direct 3D? 3D6. 1998. Damn, okay, they had to... So, in theory, maybe if the Windows 98 source code leaked, that might be in there too? That would be interesting. Fumes is a fucking the Linux source. Yeah, I mean... Linus was someone who was not shy about writing stuff into the source code. I feel like a lot of people would be though. I have written stuff into source code, and not like bad stuff. I'll usually just test with swear words. Like I'll if I need to print a line, I'll print the word come or something just to know that like we've reached a certain part of code, and I'll usually remove that at some point. And then yeah, I don't usually write like really mean stuff into my comments. I mean, I guess I don't do that in general. I always figure like it's whatever. But yeah, maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just me who feels like I wouldn't write a bunch of swear words into my open. Well, I mean, I might write swear words, but I wouldn't be like mean in my public my open source comments. If you want to see something cursed. No way. Hang on. So what are we looking at here? We're looking at Windows XP, centered taskbar buttons, fill wallpaper, logo only start button. Did I miss anything? Is that it? The Windows 11 of Windows XPs? Oh boy. Oh boy. I mean, honestly, that's I support it. I'm down. I wonder how much work it would actually be to like get a really faithful XP looking UI on Windows 11. I mean, I know plenty of people have tried, but like I feel like most of the time I see they only go like halfway. It's always only like somewhat. It's like it evokes XP, but it isn't quite there. Or maybe you have to install a bunch of programs to customize Windows, and they all cost like $30. There's a retro bar. Yeah, I feel like it would need to be more than just the taskbar though. I'd want to like replace the title bars and shit as well. But I don't know. I don't even know what DLL you would hook to do that. I assume you can, but I don't know what it would be. This is like a part of Windows I'm not familiar with. I feel like it must be possible, but like, of course, the problem with Windows is that every 6 months they'll break whatever you did. So yeah, that's the hard part. Rocket Dock and Rain Meter. Doesn't Rocket Dock just do a dock, or does it do a taskbar now too? I haven't used Rocket Dock since like 2006. I have to be honest. I'm. Oh wait, what's this? Gross, ugly, sinful hack. We are manually sending the profile query change notification because we are blocking inside of. Well, I don't know what any of this means, but I do like gross, ugly, sinful hack. Wait, how often is sinful mentioned? It's literally called Project 2000. Oh, interesting. This is not what I was looking for at all. Nor is this. Why are there so many things called Project 2000? What? The Correctional Peace Officers Foundation is hosting Project 2000. Yo, Tasty, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Thanks for the Bezos bucks. Remember, it is always morally correct if you have an Amazon Prime subscription to make sure those $2.50 do not go to Jeff Bezos and instead go to your friendly neighborhood streamer or whatever. I'll just watch this video, I think. Yo, I am JC52. Thanks so much for the Prime sub. Thanks for preventing Jeff Bezos getting those $2.50. Hell yeah, thanks so much though, I really appreciate it. What the hell is this? So is this... So what am I looking at here? Is this actually Windows 10? Yo, the 404 error, thank you so much for the Prime sub, hell yeah. No, this just looks like Windows 2000. This is just Windows 2000, so... But they're saying it's not Windows 2000, so... Oh, but it is Windows 10. Weird. All right, maybe I will have to look into this. Ew, did you guys see, what's this? It's a toast notification, but it's in Windows 2000. I don't know about you, that's very cool. Okay, interesting. Wait, it's only on archive.org? Why is there no like GitHub, like ongoing project repo? Kill it, ew. Does that mean it's done? Like it's abandoned or like it's over? Weird. So I mean, yeah, I guess this is what stuff like this is closed source, but why? I guess, but like it's still. I feel like it's concerning that it's on archive.org because like archive.org is usually for abandonware. It usually implies that like this is now gone, and we have to archive it now. Because the people that make these are usually not open source devs. I mean, that doesn't actually answer my question of why. But I mean, I guess this is pretty much what I was looking for, like, you know, a modern Windows, but with a completely fluid XP or 2000 skin. Yo, Sully Small, thank you so much for the Prime sub for 2 months. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the Bezos $2.50. There's a download link. There is. I might have to try it. Yeah, I'd be super interested in trying it, but probably not today. Probably not today. We'll probably have to move on to like the next thing. I still haven't even restarted my chatbot yet. Hang on. All right. Okay. I'm gonna say I think we're done looking at Windows 2000. So if anyone was only here to look at Windows 2000, I think we're probably done. Oh, there's a lot of ugly in here. What about everyone calls Windows 2000 ugly, but do you think anyone called it pretty? No, but pretty is actually a very versatile word. Pretty could be a modifier. What about beautiful? I think Windows 2000 is beautiful just the way it is. Aww. With this shit again, huh? Rude. All right, but yeah, I think we're done looking at Windows 2000. That was a lot of fun. What about beauty? What about, I'll just write beaut. See, because that should cover, oh wait, maybe not. No, not that I have the word, match whole word on. Windows 2000 not half bad. I still think Windows 2000 was probably one of the best versions of Windows. Not one time. How must it feel to be called ugly and a hack all the time, and not one time has someone called you beautiful? XP or 7? I have a really, really unpopular opinion, which is that XP and 7 are good, don't get me wrong. I think that for the most part, though, they refined the improvements made in the previous version of Windows. I think XP mostly refined the innovations from Windows 2000, and Windows 7 mostly refined the innovations from Windows Vista, and Windows 10 mostly refined the innovations from Windows 8. So, and I mean, you can kind of see that in the sense that those were all deeply unpopular versions. Oh no, not Windows 2000, but they were all like semi-unpopular versions of Windows. And then the refined version is what like made them popular. But yeah, I mean, so that's a fairly standard progression. But I think, in my opinion, I think XP. I think that's no more evident than in Windows XP and verse 2000. I think like at least Windows 8, I can see. I know why people didn't like it. There are things I didn't like about it as well. Yo, the Tech Robo, thank you so much for the 100 bits. Hell yeah, I appreciate that.
Tier 100.
Hey, there it is. Thank you so much. At least with Windows 8 and 10, I can see that like Windows 8, the UI, it was a pretty radical shift in UI. And with Windows Vista and 7, I think, you know, probably the earlier versions were maybe a little bit like buggy, like the initial RTM, and the hardware wasn't quite ready for it. But in the case of 2000 and XP, I feel like 2000 was actually a really solid OS, and XP mostly just kind of repackaged it in a with a new UI for the home user. I think Windows 2000 on its own was still was a perfectly solid operating system. Post Service Pack 1, Vista was perfectly good. I agree, yeah. And I also think a lot of the reason why Vista gets flack is because of the hardware wasn't there. Like, of course, when you... Like, Vista was the first OS whose UI was, like, had any 3D graphics, had any graphics acceleration in it. So, of course, like, if you try and run that on your 2004 Pentium 4, it's probably not going to be great. Maybe you could even argue it was ahead of its time. But on like a Core 2 Duo from 2007, it was alright. So, yeah. Could it be a BOS? I don't know if BOS was ever like popular enough. I'm gonna say I doubt it. I don't know if it was ever popular enough to really be that much of a threat. Oh look, they did mention something is not supported on RISC OS, BOS, and Mac. I did have some stuff for BOS. Yeah, anyway. Like it's FLAC, you mean WMA? Oh god. Yeah, I guess so, Have I searched the code for Linux? Yeah, we did. We didn't find anything. Though that was the incomplete Windows 2000 code base. Maybe XP will have something? Oh, they mentioned next step. That's cool. So far, this is just like instructional stuff, not like comments complaining about it. Yeah, we looked up Unix as well. Some servers, like Linux, don't really know how to handle session logoffs, so let's just be sure that we only do this to NT or better servers because we know that they handle it correctly. The version of Linux we have seems to like to negotiate the NT dialect even though it really isn't NT. That's why the extra check is put in here for NT status codes. Ah, interesting. So they did have to... Oh, this is for Samba, or no. Microsoft's version is not called Samba, it's called SMB. Interesting, okay. They had Linux installed somewhere in the HQ. Yeah, I guess they were... This module implements the SMBs that need to be exchanged to facilitate bookkeeping at the server. This was written in, or started at least in 1989, which is well before Linux existed. But, you know, clearly the copyright year just wasn't updated. Some servers don't really... So, yeah, so I guess this is some kind of interaction between Windows and a Linux server. I don't know. It's not entirely clear without... Hang on, what is this? This routine issues the logoff SMB for an existing session to the server. Oh, okay, so if you need to... So if you're logging off a server with SMB support, then I guess the version of Linux they had seemed to like to negotiate the NT dialect, even though it really isn't NT. Well, okay. Interesting. Okay, so I'm gonna test the chatbot now. I'm gonna go back to what we were doing like an hour ago. I'm gonna restart my bot real quick. Yeah, we looked for Apple and couldn't really see anything. Okay, so I won't force you guys to sub or to cheer so that I get notifications. I did in fact write a way for me to manually run, or manually, what would you call it? Initiate an alert. So, alert. Oh, uh-oh. That's interesting. Oh, hang on. Wait, I just realized something. I haven't refreshed my overlay yet. There's two parts to this. Okay, let's try that again. Okay, so this is the default. Let's change it to fart with reverb. Alright. Change it back to notify.wav. Cool.
Alert.
All right, so it works. And yeah, down the line, I might add some more sound effects. If you guys have any more suggestions for like sound effects, I probably have some stuff in here somewhere. Somewhere in my soundboard. Alert. I could have had him say swah, swah, swah. What about this excellent quote from Shadow the Hedgehog? Wait, where is it? Oh. Should look at the Simpsons hit and run source code for swear words. I've already seen that video, so I don't know if it'll be that fun, but what about this? The Wii U sound? Nah, I don't know. I feel like it has to be kind of funny. I mean, I know notify.wav isn't funny, but like that's just the boring default. Oh, I do have a lot of Chad Warden sounds in here.
Sup, bitches.
That's not bad.
Bruh.
I could have bruh in there. The plane sound effect. God, I would be sitting here for like 30 seconds while we wait for it to end. USB out for subs, USB in for bits. Oh yeah, the XP USB sound. That could be fun. That's not a bad idea. I should start writing some of these down. USB, Windows XP, USB sound. I guess it doesn't, like, we can always add just a bunch of these because then you guys can pick between them later on. Cut out Filthy Frank saying, nobody gives a shit. That could be funny. Though, I don't know if it's like... I'm wondering if it might be too much to have like a whole sentence. Maybe not. Maybe that'd be fine. Maybe we could have like...
More like Peach's fantasy dick land.
Oh god. Oh god. I don't know if how many people are actually going to know that reference at all. MSN Messenger notify? Maybe. There's a lot of there's a lot of Windows notification sounds we could use. Steve Ballmer developers. Check this out. What is it?
Gives a shit. Ooh, nobody gives a shit.
Right, yeah. Maybe. I'll put it down. What's this? Oh, a Game Boy Player error message. Scary. Oh, you know what? What could actually be interesting? I don't know, it might be a bit long though, because like there's that PS2 spooky error screen where it's like, you know, please insert a PlayStation disc. I always think that's kind of interesting. Though it might be a little long and it might not be, it's not really funny, it's just kind of like scary and terrifying. Jesus. By the way, what's by the way? See, I'm copying these down into a list, so so yeah, I'll pick my favorites at the end. The Home Depot single. Oh, hang on, this one's good.
Luigi.
Mario saying "fuck you, Luigi." That could be good. Oh yeah, this song. Oh wait, but hang on. What's this actually? No way! It's an actual... It's an actual combination of this with the Savage Garden song. I have to say this is like a moment for me because for years people were saying that oh well, first of all, I left the synthwave on this whole time. Savage Garden, as you know, as I'm sure you know, is an Australian band, and I know their songs a lot because of that. And I've always heard this rumor that, yeah, here we go, that their song 1,000 Words was later used for the installation music for XP. This article, this Wikipedia article, they were Australian, yeah, and they were. This article, in fact, specifically used to say that. If we go to like history and go back far enough, we will find that it says that like it was a remix and it was used in Windows. Yeah, an arrangement of 1,000 Words was later used as the introductory music. But there's absolutely no evidence that that was the case. And I think, as a matter of fact, I think that the Stan Lepard track might have even predated the release of this album. So yeah, there's like literally no evidence that it's real, but it was a persistent rumor. And so I actually think it's kind of funny to now think that someone has actually mashed them together, actually done the meme for real. Yo, Julian Not Faustus, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Thank you for the Bezos of bucks. I really appreciate it. Remember, it is always morally correct to make sure those $2.50 from your Amazon Prime subscription do not go to Jeff Bezos, and instead go to your friendly neighborhood Lego Island guy. And Carter, it was in like what was it actually? It was Stan Lepard Windows. It was for in the home version of Windows 98 for the setup music. I don't know if I've ever heard that, though. I don't know what they mean by the home version. Yo, Torches Lustig, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I really appreciate it. Hell yeah, thank you so much. Fly music for North America. Also used in XP, Internet Explorer, Internet Starter Kit 3, and in Carter Virtual Globe 1998. Interesting. It was the flight music, yeah. They mean the non-OEM version? Maybe. The only 98 theme I know of is this one. Hang on, let me pause the music so we can get the full impact of this, okay? I wrote XP for some reason. God, I'm an idiot. Excuse me? Thanks YouTube. That's the only that's the only Windows 98 soundtrack I know of. This is the true 98 experience? Oh yeah. I've used this video in my as B-roll in my videos before. Where do you want to go today? Yeah, good times, good times. Some canned laughter. Jesus. I want to go home. Aww. Me too, me too. Oh dear.
Come to think of it, the only thing I do remember about that 72-hour period was Skulker gaining the ability to speak both forwards and backwards on his soundboard.
Technology.
So I was.
You suck that fart back up into your ass. Don't do that again.
Jesus. All right. One final Siva rip. All right, what do we got? Dun 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 dun. Yeah, all right. I get it. All right, what other sound effects? I have a whole folder of sound effects for a soundboard because I used to think it would be really funny if I just had like stuff to press on a soundboard all the time. And then I realized that I'm too impatient to actually press any of them. So what have we got? But I've got some good stuff here, I know.
Oh, that's hot. That's hot.
Oh, the classic. True. That's a... really throwing down with the boys to that one. Oh god, Ron Roo. I remember that. Gosh, god damn! What a blast from the past. What is it? I remember watching this in like 2009.
Ass.
Thanks, Chad. Something from the CS188 YTP? Yeah, maybe.
Come down today and try some corn, or we will sacrifice your newborn.
Right. Anyway, no. Let's. I'll put these together after the stream. I think. My boy. Yeah, maybe. I think yeah, I've noted a number of these down, and I think I'll make a short list off stream. For now, let's move on. As we all know, CS188 is the best. Indeed. All right, yeah. So let's move on. Let's start. So the title says Lego Island decomp, and we haven't actually done any Lego Island decomp. So I'm thinking maybe we'll take a look at that real quick. 3 hours in, no hurry. Yeah, true. 3 hours in. All right, let's get this started. I think that's what we'll move on to. Easy 6 hour stream. Yeah. No, don't call me Scam KC. I'm not scamming. I'm just long-winded. All right. All right. Let's continue.
Now I'm not really sure what a shit-eating grin looks like, but if I had to guess, this would be it.
Anyway, still need a few hours for Burnout. Yeah, I am trying to do Burnout. You know, maybe actually I'll do Burnout first, because I've got something really... I've got a really simple thing I want to do on Burnout. What do you guys think? Would you guys think it was... I'd be scamming if I did a small... just a tiny bit of Burnout. It's actually not even going to be, like, any reverse engineering. It's really easy to achieve Burnout. Oh yeah, don't worry, I know all about it. What switches do I prefer? Blue. Yeah, then Lego, I guess. Trying to do Burnout, just work real hard. Now, I've already done that. Okay, so real quick, let's take a look. What have we got? What I wanted to do was, oh no. Simple change. Yeah, we're gonna do a little bit of programming. Honest to God, programming. But I want to add something that Reburn 3 has never had, which is a full screen mode. Like I said, this should be super easy. I know that those are famous last words, but I have a feeling like this shouldn't be too hard, because like Windows should allow a way to do this. Make a Win32, make my window full screen. I'm pretty sure it's just going to amount to calling set window long. Set window long, or maybe set window flags. That's QT. Actually, I'm thinking of. I think it might be set window long to make a something full screen, but we'll see. Yeah, set window long. Okay, easy. So I have to find the code where I create a window, and there should be. Oh yeah, I have a wind proc. So here I can create some keyboard shortcuts, okay? Here, I'll just say handle key press Win32, oh, actually in wind proc. Be using the unregistered version of Hypercam 2, that's right. I don't know why we ever upgraded. Rename the Steam name. Alright, you know what? I'll go ahead and I'll reverse the order of the arrows. Right. So just key down. I was wondering if there was any like better way to do it than that, but it works. And then for key down, we grab the key code, which should be from it's in wparam or lparam. It's in wparam. And I'll grab F11 because that's the common. Oops, that's the common full screen button. And I also want to do Alt Enter. That update in real time. Hey, there you go. Nice of Twitch to fix that for a change. Okay. So I think it's as simple as set window long. Well, usually it's set to, the style is set to, oh yeah, WS pop-up. Oh, hang on. Oh, hang on, do I already have a bit of a, do I already have a piece of full screen code in here? If I set this to false, what does it do? Yeah, that's a problem. Again, it's been a while since I've... It's been a while since I've looked at this code, so I'm a little bit rusty on it. Still looking for funnies? No, we are not. That was a while back now. Oh yeah, this is Ninja. Oops. Oh yeah, there is a full screen mode. Okay, so we really just need a toggle. That's all. Cool. Okay, so yeah. Okay, that's easy then. That was easy. Yeah. Well, happens. It turns out I already wrote a full screen mode in April. I just didn't write a toggle for it, and so essentially it was hard coded to be in windowed mode all the time. Okay. So what I want is a way to share these, so I'll say, put them here, define, windowed DW style. DW as overlap the window, and then full screen DW style as WS pop up. And then for in show CMD, what's that default to? Oh, we take that from here. I guess I'll do show normal. I mean, who cares, right? Yeah, we just need to... Oh, okay, we can send a command and say maximize. That's probably what we'll do. So essentially, I'm going to set this back to true. I'm going to go here, and we're going to say... send message to the window to maximize, and also set it to hide the border, so it'll become a borderless window. Anyone else love borderless windows? And we do that with set window long. Unironically, yes. That's what I'm saying. Alright, so if I press F11, it should... Yeah, nice. Good stuff. Now we just have to, like, toggle it back. So we're actually gonna have to get window long. Makes alt tabbing less fucky. Exactly. GWL style, and I think get window long. It returns a long. That's... guess I should have expected that. If L equals full screen style, then we will reject modernity, return to window, and then full screen. Alright. So set the window style back to windowed style. And this is the only part I'm not sure about, is how do you unmaximize a window? Do we have to save the window position? If full screen... Yeah, here we go. So set it back to... See restore? Is it? To its normal position? I guess we can try it. Oops, I put a dot here instead of a comma. No, it's not minimize. No, but I don't know exactly what the issue is yet. Window mode? Just make sure it's actually doing what I'm telling it to. Took a while stab in the dark. I mean, the documentation seems like doesn't disprove it. I think restore is probably closer to unminimize, not unmaximize. That's my guess, but that being said, maybe it's not doing this at all, actually. So maybe I have to do bool is full screen equals false. I might actually have to set this manually. I don't know if that get window long is reliable. Yeah, it might. Well, because I set the style to full screen DW style, so my assumption is it would equal it, but I guess I don't know. So, all right. Well, because what makes that difficult for doing like an AND operation is that full screen style is WS pop-up. And WS pop-up is defined, I'm fairly certain, to... Actually, find the number. I'm fairly certain it is defined to... Oh no, it's defined to 80000. Okay, fair enough. Alright, what does this say? It says... Reset original window style and size. The multiple window size moves here ugly, but if window set pos doesn't redraw, the taskbar won't be repainted. Maximize. Does this work correctly with multiple monitors where it will full screen on the monitor that the window was at before? It should full screen on the monitor that it's currently on. Because it's just doing a maximize. So that should... Windows should work that out where it should maximize on the screen that it's currently on. You know, on maximize, do something like this. Set window pause. Show window restore. Anyway, I think it's just a matter of, I guess, what does get window pause do? I guess we could just store it and then do it later. Linux has issues with maximizing on the right monitor, so it might not be entirely useless to keep an eye on that. I mean, I'm sure someone will test it at some point. I'll probably test it at some point, but it's just not, well, later on. Yeah, I might just get the window wrecked and then just do it later. Just restore it later. Wrecked, stored, wrecked equals, oh, it doesn't matter what it equals, doesn't have to equal anything. Get window wrecked, stored wrecked from Hund. And then here, instead of this, I think we just throw that window wrecked. Oops. Oh, it's a just, no it's not. No, this isn't. This is something else. Set window, Win32, set window rect. Oh, it's set window pause. That's weird. I guess. All right. So set window pause. That's weirdly inconsistent, but anyway. And I guess I'll just grab them all from here. I think. And then flags. I don't think we need any flags. And then... Alright, well, let's see if that works. Do any resizing in modern graphics APIs like DX11 or Vulkan. Have fun recreating the whole swap chain, all of your render attachments. I've done stuff like that before. In OpenGL, I've had to handle like context destruction and recreation when doing stuff like that. I know a little bit about that, yeah. I don't think we'll have to worry about that here though. What is it? It's not width, it's right and bottom. No, this is not the decomp. This is adding a full screen mode to my Burnout 3 port. I don't remember if I have to do the -1 or not. I guess we'll find out. it kind of worked. You need to get rid of that damn message box, though. That's interesting. Maybe I do have to do... I know there's some redraw flags I could give it. OpenGL actually handles device loss and resizing the mainframe buffer. Resizing, yes, but I remember when what I had to do was... if the OpenGL surface ever switched to a different window, so if you had it docked into an application and then you ever undocked that window and it became a separate window, you'd have to destroy and recreate the OpenGL context because it wouldn't be valid for that new window. Well, it becomes full screen really well, but it doesn't become not full screen very well. That intro needs to be the default when the decomp is done. Yeah, I did switch it out. When off stream, I switched it out because I was just like, you know, if we're gonna have to see the EA logo a bunch of times back to back, it may as well be something fun, right? Yeah, weird. I guess what we could do is start printing some stuff out randomly. Alright, let's see. Oh, yeah. It's a lot of D's, be careful of TOS. Hey, Dick Reveal remains at 1,000 subs. Is ported from or to Xbox to PC. Strange. Is that a promise? Hey. Get me to 1,000 subs and we'll find out. All right. What if I force it? What if I say? I was gonna say 100, 100, 640, 480. This is wrong. You should not do this, by the way, because. If you make a window 640 by 480, that includes the border. You're supposed to run your coordinates through a function called adjustWindowRect, which will adjust your rect so that it includes the border, and then you set your window to that. However, I'm doing it anyway because I don't care. This is just for testing. Oh yeah, it broke when I added the redraw stuff, right? Only an evil developer. Evil, gross. What was that word? Man, I've already forgotten. Oh, I have to find it now. Yeah, what did they call those developers of Hijack 95? Evil HP drivers? Uh-oh. Oh, damn it, I'm back in the rabbit hole of looking at Windows 2000 comments. No, all I wanted was Hijack 95. Yeah, here we go. Hose bags, that was the word I was thinking of. These hose bags were either stupid or evil. Well, that's me. I'm a stupid or evil hose bag who's doing something wrong. Yeah, so that code like works, but then it like hangs the whole thing. So for some reason. Yeah. Evil HP drivers. God damn it, HP! Stop being evil! First time watching on Twitch. Hi, hey, welcome to the stream. Did you come in from the Lego Island pre-alpha video? Oh, yeah, you might actually be right that I might need a show window, because I did read someone else's code. They actually had a show window restore. And they actually said that what you might want to do is show window maximize here. That could be interesting. Let's try that. Ah, okay, cool. There it is. So yeah, we needed the restore. Yep. When minimized? That's what I thought too, but that's this this one thread. Yeah, this thread, exit full screen, uses restore, so it could be, what if I do normal? Let's see if it actually, does it need to be restore, or can it be normal? It can be normal. When unmaximizing, should I use normal or restore? Just saw a recommendation while watching another stream. I watched your YouTube videos a lot. Hey, hell yeah. Hell yeah, sorry, I got distracted. So, hell yeah, thanks for, well, welcome in. Thanks for coming by. Yeah, we do a lot of deep dives on this stream just because I like to investigate stuff and follow it down as far as I can. And then when I stop doing that after 3 hours or so, I start reverse engineering something. So, hey, yeah, I'm not sure, because the documentation for restores the window to its normal position and size, and I thought it was for minimizing, but SW show restore versus SW show normal. Normal is synonymous with restored. This terminology dates back to... Oh, show normal sets the window state to restored and makes the window visible. Oh, so I'm kind of... Wait, but I'm using SW normal. There's a difference between SC restore and SW restore, but yeah, but that still doesn't explain, like, which one I should be using, right? Because they both worked. It's minimized, maximized, or arranged. The system restores it to the original size. Well, this says maximized, so I think it's alright. New spectator here. I love your videos. You explain difficult and boring topics very clearly. You make them fun. I love them. Keep going. Hey, thanks for the kind words. Oh yeah, thank you so much. Thanks for joining the stream. Welcome in. Sorry, I'm a little distracted. I'm reading stuff. You mentioned the pre-alpha video and it gets recommended 2 minutes later. Hey, hell yeah. Hey, if you haven't seen it, I did put out a video not on the main channel. I put it out on the on a secondary channel. It reads like with restore you don't need to keep the rect anymore. Let's find out, shall we? Yeah, so I put out a new video. If you want to see it, there's a link. It's on the pre-alpha. It's on a second channel. It's on the Matt Casey Bites channel. Mostly just because I figured this is a smaller, shorter news video, and I feel like I don't want to jumble up the high effort, like big project videos with a bunch of smaller, like just current events videos. So I figured they just belonged on different channels, essentially. That video recommendation reminded me that I don't check Twitch enough. Hey, there you go. Well, welcome in. I know you've been here for a bit, but yeah. I am running normal. Yeah. I was going to switch it out. I keep getting distracted. I was distracted by sending the link out. So yeah, so we set it back to having a border. We give it restore. We set full screen to false. Okay, and here I guess I'll comment it out. We don't need it. We set this to borderless. We make it maximized. All right, so maybe that'll work. No, apparently not. Apparently restore on its own. Though it did seem like it should have. Unless, I mean, restore did work with changing the rectangle. It's just a matter of like, should we be is there a way to do this without having to store the rectangle in memory? Oh, I accidentally didn't uncomment that. Simple change. I mean, it is simple. It's like we've got something that works. It's just a matter of still trying to figure out like what the best way of doing this is, and it's kind of unclear. Maximize. Hang on. Win32 unmaximize window. Unmaximize. Post message to maximize. Yeah, I mean that's not what I want. Yeah. I guess we don't need the long. We'll see. Once full screen, forever full screen. No. Normalize or maximize a window. Maybe what you're referring to? Weird. I mean, this is in wine, so I guess there's a chance that like it might operate a little differently in Windows. The best way would be to add a sound effect every time you toggled it. Good idea. That's what I get for copying and pasting code. It doesn't have. It's got the wrong variable and it doesn't have a semicolon. Yeah, interesting. Unmaximize SW restore. Is this the wrong thing to be using? What if I go back to show normal? It's possible wine is doing some weird stuff. Yeah, I don't know. It seems like the only before calling it, I tried that before and it did the same thing. Like that, I only moved the restore code up recently. Yeah, so no, I'm just trying to see if I can get around this without having to store the rectangle, but it seems like that's the only way to do it. Win32 on a full screen. ChatGPT, maybe. If someone wants to try it, let me know. Static. It's not so much the variable itself. It's just that I don't want. I feel like there should be a way to not have to store a rectangle at all, but maybe there isn't. Maybe you do have to. So we say if we're setting full screen, this guy sets the style, sets the X style. We don't have an X style. This guy does save the rectangle, so save current window state if not already full screen. Yeah, okay. So this guy just saves it. So maybe that is the way to do it. Maybe that is it. Because like, yeah, it works. It works as is if we save the rectangle. Oh, that's interesting. Uh-oh. What's going on here? Clearly, I've closed it, but it's still running. Not saying right. Yeah, well, but it seemed like the style wasn't applying either. And also it's like crashed, so... Like, you hear it, it's still going. I have to track that down now. Here it is. Get that shit out of here. Didn't close it hard enough, daddy. Yeah, alright. Wait, so it did kind of work then, right? Kill 9. I love kill 9. It's my favorite command. That was interesting though, because if that's true... No, okay, never mind. No, okay, no, never mind. I'm probably just getting confused. Kill 1 to 8 do? Not as much. Not as much as kill 9 does. Yeah, I mean, it consistently works. It's not wonderful. I might in fact take the suggestion of putting it inside a, oh, that's ugly. Inside the switch statement as a static, just so that that's easy. But, I might do the same with this. But it's not the neatest thing in the world, but it works. Trying to over-peering it at this point. I know what you mean. It's just I just feel like there should be it feels like there should be a better way, but I don't know. It feels like there should be a better way than storing the rectangle, but I mean, if that's how it has to be, then that's how it has to be. Like, it feels like, here's what it feels like. Again, we're not on Windows, but if I maximize this window and then I unmaximize it, the app, my assumption is the app didn't have to know what its rectangle was when I just did that unmaximize. I assume the OS did that. So why do I have to know the rectangle to unmaximize it here? That's my concern, or why I feel like this is not the right way to do it. But I mean, you know, this guy does it on the right, so whatever, right? It's good enough. I'm also going to add one more though, because I think in key down, it's in Chromium. What's in Chromium? Yeah, I think lparam. Is an extended key such as right hand? No. That code snippet, was it actually? Oh, you're right. I didn't even read where it came from. Huh. Well, okay. In that case, yeah, if Chromium couldn't figure out a better way to do this, then I feel a lot better about it. Not really. I think that in C# the window is handled by the app. At least that's my assumption, given the window freezes if the app halts or freezes, given the fact that C# is .NET. No, but I mean, I've written graphical applications before, and I know that if you maximize it and then unmaximize it, like, you don't have to, you're not the one that you the programmer, are not necessarily the one handling that. But I guess we're kind of overriding by maximizing it ourselves. Maybe that's it. But anyway, it doesn't matter. Like I said, I think if Chromium does it, the game is handling the window itself. Kind of. The game is sending a maximize signal. So my hope was that that I could run an unmaximize. There would be an equivalent unmaximize command that would do all this for me, and it seems not. Invisible to programmers, probably still executed by the app. Yeah, I mean, quite possibly, but that's still, like, I didn't have to get the screen coordinates to do the full screen. I didn't have to say, like, you know, find the coordinates of the current screen and put it at 0, 0, and then make it width the size of the width of the screen and the height the width of the screen. All I had to do was send maximize. So my feeling was I should, if the app doesn't have to, if the programmers of Sublime Text didn't have to know the window coordinates to do this, then I shouldn't have to do the window coordinates to unmaximize if all I'm doing is saying maximize. But if that's not the case, like I said, if even Chromium couldn't figure it out, or not couldn't figure it out, if even Chromium decided this was the best way to do it, then sure, I'll do it. Then I feel a lot better about it. Have I seen this? Full screen versus borderless window? It seems like, okay, so isn't the source of Sublime public too, just to check? No, Sublime is not open source, but like I've written, look, here, I'll write one. Oh, actually, I realized how hard this is gonna be. No, actually, I don't have to write one. Look. I have a window. This is the game. I can maximize this window, and I can unmaximize this window. I didn't have to write any code to do the unmaximizing. The OS, or maybe the app itself, but like some underlying app code, figures out what the original window size was. Original window size and position, right? I didn't have to figure out this maximizing and unmaximizing myself. So, my feeling was, when I issue a command maximize, that I can issue the equivalent opposite action unmaximize, and it will do this. Now, that doesn't seem to be the case, so I guess I'm going to have to store the rectangle myself, but that's why I felt that way, because I wrote this window, and I didn't have to write the code to do this. I did have to write the code to do the borderless stuff and making it maximized and borderless, and I thought that there would be an equivalent unmaximize that I could use when I unfull screened it. But yeah, anyway. I already tried show normal. It does the same, it does the same thing. Alright, but I guess the window size must have been declared somewhere prior to that. I mean, it is. I do declare a window size, alright? So I declare 640 by 480. But that's not the window size that is used when I drag it over here, or like resize it, and then maximize it, and unmaximize it. This is not my window size. This has been stored by something else. Right? And my assumption is that the OS stored that. I don't know if the OS stored that or if Windows stored that, but yeah, but I didn't have to do any of this. I didn't have to write this code, all right? And I know that this is how it works. That's why I assumed there would be an equivalent unmaximize function. This maximize guy's called. I mean, yeah, technically, like, this is a lot of debate for something that already works. It's just, I'm just astounded that there's no better way. A kernel or desktop environment level function. I mean, yeah, it's just that all I had to do to maximize it was say SW maximize, right? So I thought there would be an equivalent SW unmaximize, right? As it turns out, even SW show normal doesn't do it, restore doesn't do it, normal I don't think does it. Show doesn't do it. Yeah, anyway. Yeah, minimize does this. This is a minimize, right? Well, Matt, why don't you go look at the Windows 2000 source code? Maybe I will! Yeah, so, hang on. Restore is the official Windows term for unmaximizing. It seems that is the case. There have been, me and some people from chat have thought that it was only for unminimizing, but it seems like Windows believes that this is also unmaximizing. However, SW restore on its own does not commit an unmaximizing. Yeah. It is show window. Well, here's the thing. We've already tried that. We've tried that over and over and it doesn't work. So, it's not. Can we move on? Yeah, I mean, we should, well, like, I'm ready to move on. So, yeah, it's just unfortunate. If you maximize differently. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter. I'm admitting it doesn't matter. I'm just astounded that there's no better way. And, yeah, and, yeah, but if there is no better way, then sure. I mean, whatever. Commit on maximize. Yeah, exactly. That's what I want. Yeah. Remove the... Oh, could I? We do have some set window longs here. I know that... there is also like issuing a system command. There's restore function in C# but no mention of it in WinAPI. Yeah, look, I think this is going on for too long. I think, you know, it works. The other thing I wanted to do was I wanted to implement Alt-Enter. Because I figure I like both keyboard shortcuts for doing full screening, so... What the fuck is this? Anyway. So yeah, all I want to do is figure out, like... Oh, do I call maximize again? I actually do not know. Guess we could try it. But we'll try it later. Sys key down. Oh, do I want... Oh god, really? Problem is that you won't receive WM key down message when you hold left Alt, but WM sys key down. Ew, really? Alright, so... I guess I might need to make a new function. Toggle full screen. And I'll just throw all this in... Oh, actually, all this in here. Toggle full screen. Okay. And now, we'll do a case sys key down. And yeah, and we have to check this. So that should be Alt-Enter. Oh, except, oh, we need to pass the window through. Oh, that's weird. Why did it close? Why did it crash? Uh-oh, we're in that situation again where... Okay, got it this time. Huh, why is it crashing now? Oh, is it because CXPX? It's CXPX based. Watching how wine works on Linux is fascinating. It is kind of fascinating, yeah. These hose bags! macOS is all wine preloader? Ah. Nope. None of that on here, I don't think. Why is it now crashing? That's so weird. You can't do kill all whatever.exe. Yeah, that's an interesting quirk of I'm not exactly sure why that's, or how that's possible, but yeah, it is possible. With GDB. Well, I mean, I feel like if it's something I've just done, because it wasn't happening before, so if it's something I've just done, then I should be able to just like figure it out. Let's see. Okay, so it's definitely something in here. Is it something about my stored rect? Rectum. Double maximize? It's no. Well, maybe. It's possible. Here, let's get rid of all this. Because I'm not pressing it twice, I'm only pressing it once. In fact, let's literally just whittle it down to this. Oh, it's because I'm dumb. I made this return a bool when it doesn't return anything. That's why. And for some reason, MinGW was dumb enough to like let me do it. It didn't throw a warning or an error for it. Okay. All right. Good to know. I'm amazed it didn't. I'm amazed it didn't warn me about that. Oh well. I'm used to. I've done that in the past. I'm used to it throwing an error or a warning. Show window async. Can try it. I guess what we'll do. No, whatever. Okay. Oh yeah, we actually probably don't need this bool, because I think what we can do is, now that I know that we can actually do this, I think, yeah. What about continuously storing the window size and just reverting to the historical low? What do you mean? Like, just storing the window size constantly? I feel like that's probably not necessary. Oh yeah, I do have both setting maximized now. That was actually because we wanted to do a test. We wanted to see if calling maximize a second time would undo it. No, it just re-maximizes it. But it shows the border because I have it set to show the border. Should we use key up instead of key down? I wondered about that, but like all the examples I saw said used key down, so I was like, that's fine. I think for a game, key down is acceptable. If it's like an app, then you probably do want to use key up. Reject modernity. Return windowed. Get window placement? Is that actually a API? I've never heard that before. Smartest way to do it is obviously randomly switching between key up and key down, because who needs consistency? That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I mean, we can store stuff. I don't know if this will actually do anything. Probably not. Yeah. I might try one last thing. Like I said, it does not matter at all. Because it works and it's fine. And as long as it works, it's fine. But I am curious about this, trying to send a message. I'm like the Joker, alright? Since this port to PC is still based on the Xbox game, are you horrified what the game... horrified what the fact that the final user needs to legally obtain a game copy? No, I think that's kind of a feature. About the fact that the final user needs to legally obtain a game copy. No, I think that's a feature. I think that's how that's hopefully what'll convince EA not to sue me. Why would I... Why are you posting minimize code in there? It's not about the process. It's about sending a message. What does this do? Interesting. You mean EE? That is yeah. My bad. I got their name wrong. That's me. SC still does say it should do it. It's a wine thing. It's possible it's a wine thing. Yeah. Maybe I should try this on Windows. What do you guys think? That wine is horribly broken. Yeah. I mean, it shouldn't be. It feels like this should work, but anyway. So, yeah, get window placement. Is that window placement? But what a, like, it... Oh, so like, okay, so, I guess, let's see. Wow, I can't believe Matt KC would steal code from his audience. He's a plagiarist. What's the thing I actually need for place? It's, oh, yeah, you got it. You got it for me. Oh, right. This would be place. I can't believe he's plagiarizing again. I don't know why I sound like Chills. I'm like, number 15, Matt KC plagiarism. The last thing you want in your Matt KC code is someone else's code. But as it turns out, that might be what you get. Placed on that. Oh yeah, you're right. I forgot this is Win 32. Number 15. Matt KC Burnout port. The last thing you want in your Matt KC Burnout port is someone else's code. But has it? Yeah, no, it still doesn't seem to work. I really am curious if this is a wine thing. Oh, yo, what? How did that happen? How did that happen? Wait, huh? Wait, damn it, I need to kill CXBX again. Apply style after? We tried that before, and it didn't make any difference. It's almost like applying the style at all causes a problem. Sublime can do full screening. I wonder how they're doing it. Yeah, maybe I will try. Get out of here. Maybe I will try. Add Qt as a dependency. God. I mean, there is a non-zero chance that for. Actually, to be fair, there is a non-zero chance that in the future for cross-platform, I might like do this in SDL. Maybe I should do that now, but I'm sure SDL has a full screen toggle. Yeah. How does it do it? How does it? How did you do it, SDL? Set window full screen. Win32 is a mess because it's backwards compatible, so not every param or function makes sense. Yeah, I know. Yeah. I need like the Windows implementation specifically, I think. Certainly maximize the time one could spend on this. I know. It's just it's become one of those things where it's like, you know, it must be possible, but like it's such a tiny, like, minute thing that you know it must be doable. But all of the obvious things don't work. Alright, so I've got a window for you to maximize. Yeah, true. Oh, wait. There's other things, the ones that clearly is absolutely possible, just refuse to happen. Yep, yep. Exactly. Except as noted. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter. It's fine. It's fine. I might try it later on actual Windows and see what happens. I guess we could try this on actual Windows real quick. Real quick. Like, because this does a restore and then the style. Let's just try it. Window resizing will be listed as a feature on the GitHub. Yeah. XYWH. Yeah, it's hard to believe that Wine would fail here of all places. So I'm not expecting it to work, but I mean, we've got to try it, right? Alright, I'll be back. Oh, yeah, I'll switch. I'll still be here. I'll be back in a second with a Windows VM. It does seem like the SDL code has a it does have a call to set window pause, so yeah, maybe it just isn't possible without calling set window pause at least once. Hang on, I've got a prediction for whether it works. Okay, alright, let's do a prediction. Was wine incorrect? Yes, it'll work on Windows. No, it'll still work. Alright, go on. P.S. I have a crippling gambling addiction. Yeah, fair enough, fair enough. I need to get like a VM Windows system as well, because I don't have one of those. I have a VM Linux system, but I don't have a VM Windows system. Plot twist, it also doesn't work in a Windows VM and only on bare metal. Well, you know what? Just to be safe, we are running with a real GPU. We're running with pass-through today, so... you know, giving it the best shot we possibly can. Don't you have XP? I do. But CXPX I don't think will run on XP. Oops. Oh god, what? Alright. As great as wine is, I would use Windows itself when writing Win32 code. I mean, yeah, but the Win32 code is like the vast minority of this project, so... like I said, this would, in theory, be quite simple. It's just we've run into something that's... well, I mean, and I wrote something that does work. It's just one of those things where, like, you feel like it should work a little bit better than it actually does. Alright, well... here's a Windows I prepared earlier. Oh yeah, I'm gonna need to like... I think it's... oh, okay, hang on. I'm gonna have to get... I don't know if I actually have Burnout 3 on here. Hang on, wait. See, I must have it somewhere. Oh yeah, I do, kind of. Is this the original executable? I certainly hope so. Looks like I've made a lot of fuck arounds here. And do I even have CXBX anywhere? I do. Alright, I think it's doable. Oh god, hang on. And I need all the DLLs from MinGW, and I need a libstd C++, and I need oh no, and it's not, I don't have the right version here. I'm gonna have to get them from Windows. Oh god, I'm gonna have to get them from Linux, I mean, oh god. Hang on. Working on it. Wait. Or not? Wait. I'm actually really confused now. I could just recompile it on the Windows. That might be the easiest thing, honestly. I do have a setup to do this. Okay, never mind. We are recompiling it on Windows. Just have to get a don't know. I guess I don't have this on here, so I'm gonna have to clone it from GitHub real quick. Man, I hate Windows. You love dynamic link libraries? Yeah. It could be simple if it didn't turn out to be hard. First stream I caught? Hey, welcome in. This is kind of a slow point right now. Getting really into the weeds of this one particular issue. Alright. Here is Windows. And something didn't work right. I don't know what any of this is. Compiler is broken with... Oh, it can't find RC for some reason. Oh, do I not have the fucking Windows SDK installed on here? Hang on, wait. Maybe MinGW to the rescue. 'Cause I think I have everything here. It just keeps getting worse and worse. I think I have everything here. Okay, this'll work. Oh god. Thank god, I ain't got... oh wait, what's this? What the hell is this? Oh, it must be compiled in 32-bit mode. Okay, that's fair enough. I actually might not have the toolchain installed for this though, so... Alright, well I guess we're installing the toolchain for this. It's probably going to be easier and faster than installing the Windows SDK. I'm still used to using Yay. I know it's called something i686 toolchain. Yeah, it's this, but I want the... yeah, I want the GCC or not the Clang one, just because I don't know if the Clang one is going to do anything weird. Probably not, but, you know, whatever. And then just, yeah, install... oh wait, we already have some of it. Oh, we only have make. Okay, whatever. God damn it. It just keeps getting worse. Why is Windows like this? Why is compiling C++ on Windows so hard? Windows P. Yeah. It keeps happening. Use pre-make instead of CMake? I mean, that wouldn't have solved any of the problems we ran into, but okay. That's why I got Mac for school. Yeah, Mac is nice, yeah. I mean, but it would be hard to do stuff like this. I like how even on macOS compiling a basic RC program is incredibly easy. Yeah. Yep. It's nice to have a Unix base. Developers. Is that how GLFW does it? Show window SW restore. Well, I mean, out of context, I'm not sure we can get anything from that. Like, is it specifically unfull screening? I love what you're doing. Never stop. This is much effort for a game as old as Lego Island is amazing. Hey, thanks, man. This is not actually Lego Island. This is Burnout 3, but same sort of shit. And we will be doing Lego Island later on. But yeah. Hey, thanks. I really appreciate the kind words. Just delete it. Alright, finally, this should work. Okay, cool. Cool. Alright, I guess, oops. I guess, what was I? Oh yeah, I need to find Burnout 3, which I think is here. And then, CXBX, which, God, where's that stored? Should, yeah. Make everyone happy by porting Lego Island Racetrack to Burnout 3. Yeah, good idea. It's the same game, I know. Here it is, CXBX. Okay. Oh, but because we're dealing with a different code base, none of the stuff I wrote is there, so I'm gonna have to re-implement that real quick. Nope, don't care. Alright. Yeah. Alright. Okay, so... Alright. Let's... What was it? Style, yeah. To window, and then else to full screen. Show window, maximize, set window long. I think this is still correct. I believe that should do it. Let's find out. Oh, interesting. Well, it's different, but no, it doesn't restore the original window size. But it does, like, crop it to the desktop. Huh. How interesting. Different but not proper. It would seem to be the case, yeah. Please just copy and paste. Too late. What if I do it as a... how is this again? Hang on, let me go back to my other code. It's send message wm syscommand. And then these become sc, I think. Yeah, under Linux it actually does remain full screen. I assume the borders do appear. They just appear off screen and you can't tell. That's my guess. Wait, is this wrong? What did I do wrong? Oh, there's supposed to be a 0 at the end. It works? Not exactly. It does seem that when you... I guess it would appear that when you maximize a window on Windows manually, when you manually trigger a maximize, you necessarily change the Windows geometry such that when you unmaximize it, it's still big. Windows will crop it down so that it's inside the screen, which Linux or Wine does not do, but it seems the geometry is permanently changed. Yeah, maximizing to borderless window is overriding the original window size, yeah. So this is borderless full screen, and then this is this is calling restore and bringing the border back. Yeah, it does that. It creates it. It makes it windowed, or it unmaximizes it and brings the border back. But it doesn't actually. It doesn't unmaximize it in the sense that it doesn't go back to the previous window geometry. Well, at the very least, I mean, that was dumb to go to all that effort. But I feel like I actually have. No, that's not a command. I feel like I actually have learned something about how Windows works. So I don't. I'm gonna say. I know you might say copium. I'm gonna say that wasn't a waste of time, because I feel like I've learned something about how Windows works. grab the window rect. Yeah, I mean, that's what we were doing. I was just, this whole thing was, is there a better way than doing that? There must be a better way than doing that. And as it turns out, there isn't. So, yeah. Oh, I wrote the function wrong. Show window. I hate the Windows API. You know what? Relatable. Based and true. Yeah. I think if you want borderless full screen like that, you would have to just store the coordinates. Fuckings to you if you, like, unplug a display or whatever. Yeah, probably. Anyway. Okay, so... Well, what a journey! It's, you know, it's all about the journey and not the destination. Don't you guys think? Yeah, so anyway, that was a complete waste of time to determine that, yeah, we do in fact have to store the rectangle. Because my guess is that when you maximize it through the button or through Windows, Windows itself will store the rect somewhere. Whereas if you maximize it yourself, it doesn't. That's my guess. Yeah. As a software developer, I only understand destinations. Damn. Yeah, you're right. Can't you disable the user manual resize? I don't want to do that. That's not what I want to do. Okay. Back to... Looks like GLFW also requires you to store the rect somehow, so that's fun. Yeah, okay. Well, anyway, what we've done, and this is important consumer advice, is we have confirmed, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that we do in fact have to store the rectangle. Good to know, right? Great news. Yeah. The only thing that really pisses me off about storing the rectangle is that when you get window rect, you do get the rectangle. But when you set the window, you don't store the rectangle. Instead, you have to give it, because Windows stores rectangles as left, top, right, and bottom. But then when you set the rect later on, it's now suddenly left, top, width, height. So you have to do this weird like right minus left and bottom minus top to get the width and the height. And I'm not sure, we might need to do, it might be like right minus left minus 1. I'm not sure about that though. Let's find out. Another rect. If stored rect dot left equals another rect dot left. I'm just gonna run a quick little test to see if the rect actually comes back the same. If it does, I don't think we have anything to worry about. Top, bottom. No worries, mate. Lots of worries, mate. Alright, let's see. What is this gonna do? Oh, great. Okay, never mind. Don't worry. Ignore everything I just said. I think. So we get the window rect, we set it to pop up, we send a full maximize. Uh-oh. Something did go wrong just now. I don't know what it was though. I'll change these back to show window. Make this maximize, and I'll make this show normal, because fuck it. One worry. Too many worries. Oh, actually, I think I have to do the show normal at the end. Yeah, that makes sense. I would still use restore just for the sake of it. It might work better on Windows. Yeah, maybe. Let's see. If it works, I think I'd be fine with that. Yeah, it works. Okay, cool. I'm down. I don't mind that. Ooh, okay. Well, all right. That's it. Done. In the bag. We've got a full screen toggle. Yeah. If I really wanted to do, no, that'll have to happen later. I do use registry entries for this app. If I really wanted to be like super nice about it, I would store the last like state in the registry so that people could so it would come back the same way. I probably will do that eventually, but it's probably a little out of scope for today. Is it possible to get into a state where the title bar shows the restore button even though the window is restored? I don't know. Never tried it. Registry ill. I mean, that's what you got on Windows. That's the situation. No worries. One worry. Yeah. I mean, it's fine. We got it. I might actually rename these to have the DW style at the front. Yeah, alright. I might even... I guess I could do that. It's a little bit... not necessarily the most maintainable thing in the world, but it's fine. Okay. So yeah, all of that was just to let people toggle full screen. Wait! Look, we've got a cursor on the screen! We can't be having that. How do we... Alright, how do we hide... cursor in Win32? I know there's a way to do it. Cool. Wait, really? Is that it? Is that all it is? Do I just have to, in main, do I just say, like... set show cursor false? The only good OS is FreeBSD. You know, it would be nice if FreeBSD was a more, like... Oh, and it might not do this cursor hiding... Please. It might not do this cursor hiding properly on Linux, on Wine. What about passing Hund as a reference? No. Hund is just a pointer, so it's already like, there's nothing really to be gained by... It's not a pointer, it's a... Well, yeah, it's a pointer. There's nothing really to be gained by passing it as a reference. FreeBSD is a great OS if you don't need to use hardware from the past decade. Yeah, I've tried to set up FreeBSD with a UI, with like a desktop environment and all of that, and it is challenging. I know it can be done, and I know that they've got like Linux compatibility. I know, like, on paper, BSD does sound a lot better than Linux in general. It's just in practice, I think, like, in practice, you're already in like the bottom 1% as a Linux user, and as a FreeBSD user, you're like in the bottom 1% of the bottom 1%. So, yeah. Definitely not a desktop OS. Yeah, I mean, it can be made one, and there are people on r/FreeBSD that will do it. But yeah. I run FreeBSD, macOS. True, yeah. Just the bottom in general. You know what? No. Nuh-uh. Previous I used the PS4. Yeah, I feel so bad for the BSD people because, like, the most usage it sees is when a billion-dollar corporation doesn't want to follow the GPL, so they base their OS on FreeBSD instead of on Linux. I feel so bad about that. Now, in theory, I think FreeBSD says something like, we don't mind because they usually, like, submit patches back upstream, so it's all good, but, like, I'm just like, damn. Yeah. FreeBSD on a server is kind of cool, though. Anyway. Alright, yeah, how do we get a cursor to disappear? Tons of networking stuff. Yeah, I like FreeBSD on a server. Impossible to hide mouse cursor using show cursor false immediately after application start. Well, when you're actually supposed to use it. Is there a way to host a VM on Linux seamlessly? As in to have, like, the windows appear as real windows on the OS? Stupid question, just do SSH? Yeah, well... this is what it depends on what you mean by seamless, but I do think I'm really impressed by the VirGL stuff, which is what I'm using here. The fact that, you know, Burnout 3 can be played in a virtual machine and it, like, passes the OpenGL up to my host GPU, I think that's really sick. But yeah. I was thinking, like, you talk to the TTY through your standard terminal. Windowing would just be exporting, that's not too bad. Yeah, I gotcha, yeah. There's a VMware which lets you drag and drop files into the VM and copy paste from it. Yeah, this has copy paste functionality. I don't think it's got drag and drop, but I did use a lot of drag and drop when I was doing the .NET patch in Windows 95. Yeah. I haven't had a seamless mode in VMs work right for years, TBH. Yeah, me neither. I remember it was a thing for a while. I feel like maybe people just kind of gave up on it. Oh, Unity mode? I prefer Unreal mode. But yeah, oh yeah, it's probably set cursor null, right? It's even worse on Linux, I'm sure it is, yeah. I think, from memory, this is correct, but it needs to be in, like, WM set cursor. Good evening, Mr. Matt Clive. Hey, good evening, if you speak. Welcome to the stream. From memory, I think this is how it works. So if you go into the wind proc, and I'm like, case WM set cursor, and then I'm like, null. I think that's how this works. Yeah. No? Oh, wait. It's because we've got a window in the window. I think. So it's actually... we actually want it here and here, I think? This is a complicated thing. No, never mind. Never mind. It was complicated to set this up in a way that I could load CXBX and patch it inside my window without forking CXBX. I managed to find ways to do it, but it does add some complexity when you're trying to do things like hide the cursor. Quick, X11 or Wayland? Wayland seems cool, but everything works in X11 and not everything works in Wayland, so yeah. Oh yeah, Serial.io. I use that for my Mac VMs because frequently I need, like, kernel stuff if the graphics don't work. Kernel output. Nothing works on Wayland. I mean, yeah, Wayland is fine. And a lot of stuff works in it. just not everything. Whereas everything by necessity has to support X11, more or less. It's kind of like Windows. Everything has to support Windows. So Windows is the most convenient OS to use. It might not be the best OS to use, but it is the most convenient because everything has to support Windows. Yeah. See you later. Have a good rest of your night. It swirls. They just fixed NVIDIA drives for Wayland on Arch today? Oh, that's cool. What is the... I haven't been an NVIDIA user for nearly 2 years, so how has that been going? Because when I was an NVIDIA user on Linux, I still remember it being like a big meme and not working on Wayland. Oh, maybe I have to return... What do I return for the WM set cursor? Pretty good, actually. It's okay. Even sleep works. Better than not perfect yet. That's good. I mean, better than the nothing that I remember. Return true. Okay, so I should probably actually be returning true here and here. So that we don't pass it through to anything else. Or that doesn't work at all. Again, maybe I should be testing this on Windows, actually. Let's get this stuff committed. Let's get me committed, actually. Okay. And, oh yeah, and in main, let's go ahead and say... full screen. And DW style Windows. Make sure that still builds. Alright, yes, let's commit on maximize. Allow toggling full screen with F11 or Alt Enter. Are there any other full screen keyboard shortcuts I should support? Like, these are the two that I definitely know of. I may as well support all of them. Does seem to be mostly AMD users who are very happy with Wayland. Yeah, it's just because AMD actually open sources their driver, so... Maybe double click? Yeah, the only thing about double click is that it's possible in the future we might do like you might be able to, hang on, I need to unplug my controller and plug it back in. You might be able to like click through the menus maybe? So yeah. I'm an AMD user and I ain't happy with Wayland. Well, there you go. Alt F4, that is a good shortcut. I will agree. I had no idea Alt Enter was full screen. In a lot of stuff, it might be an older shortcut. But yeah. Yeah, Alt Enter and F11 work. Just wondering if there's anything else I missed. I don't think so. F plus U. Yeah, true, you got me. Who's being slaughtered in the background? Just some hooligans through my apartment hallway. Nothing exciting. Alright, I'll commit that. I'll commit myself to a mental institution, and then we'll be all good to go. Strange. Does the CXBX actually set cursor itself? Because that could put a... No, it doesn't. Huh. What if I do set cursor and show cursor false at the same time? What if I like do both and like really brute force it? I figure even if there is a cursor at some point... No, because it always appears when the game loads. That's so weird. You have to make it when you all go full screen. Alexa, go full screen. Oh, sorry. Some of you guys might have had Alexas, and that might have actually been might have actually triggered them. My bad. Well, that didn't do anything. Good thing I wear headphones. Yeah. True. What happens if like you're watching a stream and like the streamer has a friend and her name is Alexa, and then like what do you do then? Or what if you're watching a show and one of the characters' names is I don't know Alexa. I don't know one either. Yeah. You can rename Assistant? Oh, that's cool. I have a friend whose name is Siri. How many people, how annoying is it when people go up to them and are just like, hey Siri, and it just, are they like, but up. Anyway, yeah. Just don't buy a spying device to put in your living room? Well, I mean, that's fine for me, but what about for them? What are they gonna do? Yeah, anyway. Alright, so this was a lengthy... I'm still, like, confused about this whole set cursor thing. Like, how do I... Wait, can I send a command? Hang on, how do I set cursor on a hund? Set hund cursor? No, that's an invented function. Show a different cursor than the class's default cursor. You need to handle the WM set cursor message for the window and call set cursor in response to WM set cursor. For read example, see, okay. You'll need to subclass the button. So, for each hund, by handling set cursor, yeah, okay. Or do I, ooh. For another hund. What's this? Oh god. I have seen stuff like that before. I've seen like the Ubuntu boot screen show up in my terminal. That's wild shit. Yeah. Cursor, 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 cursor. I am so annoyed, yeah. Ugh, why is the Win32 API so actually annoying? Like, it really is annoying. Ask ChatGPT. No, I know the answer. It's just, again, I'm trying to do all this without forking CXBX so that, like, I don't have to maintain a fork. That's the hard part. Because I could fork it and just do whatever the hell I want, but, like... Hate to be that guy, but... Uh-oh. When you're trying to make a product as fast as possible, like Microsoft was in the 80s, you don't get to worry about that. Yeah. If you're doing patches, you're going to have to do effectively the same thing as maintaining port anyway. No, no, because we're not patching CXBX. We're patching Burnout 3 and then running that through CXBX. One day the injector may, like my layer may absorb the responsibilities of CXPX. It may end up doing the same thing, but we're a little bit, my patcher I guess is a little bit lower level. We're patching the Burnout game code and then yeah, just letting that run through CXPX as normal. But in my own launcher and like GUI and all of that. So yeah, for the most part, we haven't had to do any like editing of the CXPX code. Yeah, but it just comes down to like tiny little things like, well, CXBX's window doesn't handle WM set cursor, so you know, it's hard to hide the cursor. But otherwise, the actual important patches are just patching Burnout 3 code. I've never gotten Burnout to work properly on CXPX on Wine. I need to write like a guide, but essentially, depends on what distro you're using, but essentially, you run Wine tricks with this, and then you make sure you have 32-bit Xcomposite installed, and that's it. So yeah, just delete the cursor function out of the OS. Problem solved. True. Anyway, so if we actually want to do, I hate to be that guy's butt. Well, why? What's wrong with his butt? But with graphical errors, these graphical errors. Yeah, I mean, Burnout 3 does not work in CXPX by default. That's where I come in. I did this, as in, yeah. These are normal, insofar as this is just what the game does in CXPX right now. Soundtrack of this project needs to include a bunch of meme songs. I mean, Burnout 3 does have like the ability to load custom soundtracks, so yeah. The Xbox version at least. The PS2 version doesn't, because the PS2 never had that functionality. What is CXPX? It's basically Wine, but for Xbox games on Windows. And because of the way that Xbox games were written and compiled, it doesn't work as well as Wine, because Wine, or Windows apps don't generally make assumptions about the hardware that the user is running. Whereas on the Xbox, you absolutely can make assumptions about the hardware that the user is running, because it's always going to be an Xbox. And so if you can make assumptions, you can do certain things that are faster, because you can send, because you know what the hardware is running, but that you can't do on a computer. So yeah. Does this XPX layer work on Raspberry Pi? I don't think so. I think it needs an x86 CPU. Well, yeah, I don't know. The cursor thing is tough. I'm not sure. Does the XPX loader have a cursor on it, or does CXPX itself have a cursor? How are they doing this? Box x86, yeah, maybe. Oh wow, CXPX actually does not go full screen on Wine. It actually fails. Like, you can see it's trying, but it doesn't quite get there. Can you just save the cursor position and then put it off screen while the game is running and put it back after? I feel like that's not a wonderful solution. I feel like at that point you may as well just leave the cursor on the screen. Yo, Spirit Array, thanks for the raid. Does CXPX work with Insignia? I don't know, but I can't think of a reason it wouldn't. Burnout 3, ayo? Yeah, a little bit. I haven't gotten into the real like meat of it yet. I'm still kind of paddling around the edges, just because I know that as soon as we get into it, I kind of feel like I need to block out like 3 weeks straight to work on Burnout 3, and I feel like I want to get other I've forgotten the saying already. I want to get other things like tied up before we, before I block out like 3 weeks to do that. Set the cursor as something invisible. I mean, that would be fine, but the way... Ah, shit. My phone alarm is going off. Hang on. That would be fine, but the way that the Windows API works is really annoying. So essentially, the way that you set any cursor in Windows is when you create a window, like window equals create window. This is pseudocode, by the way. This will not work. And then you make a class. To make a window, first you have to make a class. And you do some shit in the in the class, like you say, windproc equals some function that implements a windproc, and then you create a window out of that class. All right, whatever. Turns out you can only set the cursor in the windproc, so your function somewhere over here has to be like. If Windows wants to set the cursor, set cursor to null. Essentially, that's the that's how Windows wants you to do it. But if you don't have control over all of the windows in your app, you don't get to do this part. You don't get to have set what function gets called here. So essentially the problem is not that I don't know how to set a cursor, or not that I don't have a way to set it. No, it's the problem is I know how to get what I want. The problem is I don't actually have access to set the cursor. That's the tough part. Yeah, tie up loose ends, that's what I meant. Just delete the cursor files, yeah, I know. What do I set the cursor here? Yeah, the cursor is already like null, and then I set the cursor again here. You can see exactly what happens, which is my window has no cursor, but then when the game loads, the game puts another window on the screen and suddenly it has a cursor. Like that window doesn't handle the cursor like my window does. My window is the background window and that hides the cursor, but the foreground window does not, and I don't have control over the foreground window. Custom cursor bitmap. No, but that still doesn't fix this part. I am not even able to set a cursor. Like it's not about what to do when I get there. It's that I don't even have access to the cursor. It's not about what I can do to hide the cursor. It's about even having access to setting the cursor. Yeah. CXPX has its own styling. It's ironically, CXPX doesn't set a cursor either. It's just that if you don't explicitly say null cursor, then you get a default cursor. So I'd need to find a way to override CXPX's window. Hang on. Replace windproc. Because I do get the window somehow. Can I change the windproc? If I can change it, it would be a bit rude. But that would at least give me access to change the cursor. Create remote thread, creates a thread in a separate process and then can run execute a function that takes one dword parameter. Yeah, I've used that for DLL injection before. It's just a set cursor. Yeah, but the issue is Windows requires you to call set cursor at a very specific time. So you're supposed to call set cursor in your windproc when you receive the window message WM set cursor. It's not enough to just call this anywhere. You have to call it here. And because I haven't written the windproc, I don't have this. I don't have access to this. But if I can replace their windproc with my own and then pass it through to them after I've done my stuff, then it would be evil and sinful. It would make me a hosebag, but it could work. It's also worth noting that there's nothing in the docs mentioning WM set cursor is required. Yeah, which is confusing, but it does seem to be true. Because if I, well, I guess we'll double check. Because I did try it earlier, so let's say, all right, I'll just comment this out for now. I'll run set cursor here after show window. My understanding is, let's try it again, just in case. Wait, hold. Maybe it does. Maybe it does. One of those things I recommend testing on Windows. I think, hang on, maybe we can do what you're saying. We actually, oh yeah, I already used create remote thread. Yeah, maybe. Cursor thread. Let's see if this actually does something. God, I have to get the directory, the address of set cursor. What DLL is it even in? Worst case, you override the function, but I guess they won't survive a CXPX update, lol. Yeah, I'm trying to do it without forking
Please
CXPX.
make me mod again, Senpai Big Daddy. Matt. Swah, 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 swah. Daddy, please.
I've heard this before, but I don't... I mean, I guess we could. Kernel 32. It's probably... No, it's user 32. I mean, maybe. Hang on. Okay. Set cursor. Oh, thank you so much for the 8th-month sub. Thanks for the Prime sub. Hell yeah, I appreciate that. I mean, sure. I can't recall a reason for you not being mod, or I don't remember making you mod. So fine, there you go. Wow, what a wild thing to see. The Windows setup in PowerShell. I love console. Probably not a smart idea. We'll see. If anything fucks up, I'll unmod him. It does look weird, yeah. Alright, so... that should be our address, assuming this didn't load into another space of memory in CXPX, but, you know, we'll see. Set cursor... and the remote mem is gonna be... null cursor. Just give it the address of this, I think. when you stream on your website and after oh, okay. Well, there we go. My mod roll was gone. I don't remember that. This is definitely something I should be testing on. No.
Keep up the good work, Matt.
Hey, thanks, Metrox. Thanks for the 2-month sub. Thank you for those Bezos bucks. Remember, it is always morally correct to make sure those $2.50 do not go to Jeff Bezos and instead go to your friendly neighborhood Burnout 3 guy. You mean shit sink guy? No. Why would you think I would mean that? Alright, so let's indeed make a branch and bring this over. Yo, Charlie Bruce 123, thanks so much for the Prime sub. Thanks for the Bezos bucks, I really appreciate it. Just to hide cursor. Yes, okay. Thank you so much. Attempt number 1. You convinced me. Hell yeah. There we go. So I'm gonna publish this as a branch and we're going to try it in Windows because yeah, we're doing some more Windows bullshit here. Again, I'm just doing like little things before we get into like the real meat of the Burnout 3 mod. How many GPUs did you have in your PC again? It's 3, but I have to make it clear. It's not 3 new GPUs. It's 3 GPUs of very varying ages. So I have, for example, I have a ATI Radeon 2400 Pro, which is I think a 2007 card, maybe even older. Oh, it was June 2007. And I have that so I can run some old OSs with a real GPU. Really old. And so if you're thinking like, if you hear 3 GPUs and you're like, damn, Matt, you must be loaded. This thing cost $5. So no, I'm not. Similarly, I have a RX 570, which is predominantly for running like Mac OS and modern Windows. This thing costs like, what is this on eBay today? It's well under $100. Yeah, $30. So this is not expensive either. And this runs the latest Mac OS. It runs the latest Windows. You can run games on it. Like it's not a gaming powerhouse, but it runs games better than like no GPU. You can edit video on it, which I used to do. Now I edit videos on my host, but I used to edit videos in Windows with this GPU. And then I have one GPU, which is my modern main GPU. So it is 3, but remember, this one cost $5. So yeah. $5, no need to... Damn it. I guess I'm just out of touch then, my bad. RX 40 should be pretty cheap too. Yeah, anything in that like era. So RX 570 is only $30 now. Yeah, the GPU like balloon is pretty much over. It's like, yeah, there's no real. I think so. I think the crypto boom is over. Have you been maintaining your big Surface Hackintosh Microsoft Surface or plan on it? No. I have to be honest with you, as soon as I finished making that video, I just replaced it with Linux. Because I personally don't actually have any use for Mac OS. Or not no use. I mean, I would use it. It's just that Linux works a little bit better on it. So, so no, I did not maintain it. They're flooding the market used. Oh yeah, that's quite true. We might be experiencing the real burst of the bubble in that they might be even cheaper than they ordinarily would be right now because no one is able to mine, or mining isn't profitable anymore. So yeah, I mean, if you have a Linux system, you could buy a Mac, or you could buy a $30 graphics card and do pass-through. So yeah, so it's I have a lot of GPUs. It's just then it's not what when you hear, oh, I have 3 GPUs, you're imagining 3 brand new GPUs, but no, it's 3 GPUs. It's one modern GPU plus like an 8-year-old one plus like a 15-year-old one. So yeah, 580 can still game well. Yeah, it still edits video perfectly fine. And to be honest with you, I might even ditch this card because like it was really fun to get the old OSs running with a real graphics card, but I don't really need to. I might replace it with a different, like a capture card, which would help for streaming. That might be a little bit more useful, but we'll see. You also have a sound blaster just for the old feeling? No. All my sound hardware is emulated, but my graphics hardware is generally real. What if you want to run Minecraft with 15 FPS on macOS? Well, I don't even know if you get that much in your VM. The macOS itself might run at about 2 FPS. That thing runs so slowly in a virtual machine. I almost think they did that on purpose. Like, I feel like that's an Apple move to be like, to especially make it slow in a virtual machine. Anyway, let's take a look at my hide cursor code, but on Windows. We are on a real GPU right now, which is helpful. It's always nice. I have considered having a real GPU on my Linux stream VM as well. The only reason I don't is just because it's really convenient having a VM in a window. It can be done. It's not necessarily, it's not undoable. And it might be good sometimes, but it already works really well. It's definitely slower than it would be with a real GPU. You can see that when I play Burnout, there's some lag here and there. So, you know, it's possible that as I keep working on Burnout, I might be inclined to switch to the real GPU just to get it to work faster, but at the same time, it works it's pretty convenient as is, and works reasonably well. No Git GUI, not on this Windows system. I just don't have any GitHub desktop stuff on here. Git, check out, hide, cursor. Oh yeah. I should also save up for a new platform. I'm still rocking a Xeon on X79. I feel like it might die soon. Interesting. I don't actually know how old that is. My system is coming up on about 2 years old, which is not bad. I'm one of those people, I've said this before on stream, that I'm not big into specs. People will ask me my specs and I'm like, bro, I don't even know what my specs are. I basically, all I do is I just, I'll look at the specs and I'll do a bunch of comparisons about what's available right now, like when I buy the hardware, and then I'll just hold on to the hardware until I feel like it's too slow, and then I'll just replace it with something else. As long as it does what I want, it's alright. Yeah, kind of. My entire my entire thought process is, as long as it doesn't feel slow, it's fine. As soon as it feels slow, I'll just replace it. But like, up until then, yeah. Yeah, we don't have the E on here, unfortunately, sadly. Huh. Hold on. Well, it was definitely worth checking on Windows. I don't know if Wham is still here, but it was definitely worth it because apparently on Windows there's always no cursor. Like, I didn't actually have to do anything. I'm still testing. Yeah. Weird. Yeah, on Windows, even without, see, I'll prove it. Yeah, I've got no set cursor code anywhere. And we already checked that CXPX doesn't. And there's already no cursor, so I guess we didn't fuck that. We didn't have to do anything after all. No cursor in full screen, no cursor in window mode. It's all good. All good. Interesting. So that is genuinely a wine like incompatibility or wine difference. I'm trying to think. Yeah. So what it might be is, I know that here we set an icon for the window, but we don't set a cursor. I think on Windows that means it will not show a cursor, but on Wine it doesn't. Real quick, I'm gonna check. I'm gonna test if yeah, let's just give it IDC arrow. Let's actually explicitly give it a cursor and see what happens. Or not. I don't know then. Well, I mean, if it works in Windows, I guess I have to assume it's fine, and that, you know, it's just wine being wine then. Oh well, whatevs. Windows suddenly being really base for no reason. That's what I'm saying. So yeah. Oh, staring contest. Alright, alright. We're doing a staring contest. I won't bother with the music this time. Let's just do it. Don't forget to activate. You can activate by subbing with Twitch Prime. Anyway, alright. Let's do it. We'll do it. Alright. 3, 2, 1. Oh, okay, that was a blink. Alright, well, never mind. That was it. Whew. When he stares, he looks a bit Asian. What are you trying to say? Are you trying to say Asian people have narrow eyes? Oh, it's a staring contest? Yeah. Freeze the cam! True! You know, what I should do is I should F right when I stream. Or no, right when I start. And then I'll be like, bro, I don't know what you're talking about. I was staring at the camera for like 2 minutes. Just realized I have no idea what you're doing. I'm just watching and enjoying. Hey, there you go. Honestly, I have to be honest with you. I wasn't really... This whole time, I haven't really been doing anything important. I've just been wasting my damn time because I was trying to figure out how to change the cursor, and then I realized that apparently I don't need to. So, fuck me, I guess. Anyway. So when we talk about the Burnout 3, the status of Burnout 3, what we're essentially talking about is the fact that... Here we go, let's make it full screen. So, yeah, my injection project, I assume you're all mostly familiar with it. I believe what we're gonna do is we're basically gonna follow down all of the push buffer, every push buffer reference I can find, I'm just gonna fix it. and hopefully I'll be able to find that in the game somewhere. I don't know how much push buffers are responsible for versus everything else, but if you don't know what a push buffer is, I guess I could spend some time explaining it. No game sound? No, I muted it because I'd rather listen to the music. I've listened to the Burnout 3 so many times. Proper full screen support is important. Yeah, I mean, look at this. I'm playing the Feud, and it is a tad slow. Like, you can see the frame rate is varying. That is definitely because the virtual machine is like... We're in a virtual machine, and we're passing OpenGL commands up to the host. It's not ideal conditions for playing a video game. For most stuff, it works. Like, it's perfectly fine, but this is a little bit much. It is playing in widescreen, which is nice. I would like to know, actually, because obviously if we're doing a real PC port of this game, it should support like arbitrary resolutions. It shouldn't just be 4:3 and 16:9. So it could be interesting to go through and find like what code is responsible. And we can kind of trace this back because it reads the widescreen value from the Xbox BIOS and would adjust its FOV accordingly, I think. I believe the 2D assets are all stretched no matter what on the Xbox. The 2D assets don't adjust, but the 3D, I believe the FOV adjusts with widescreen. It'll be interesting to see if we could find where that happens and support arbitrary resolutions. Yeah, I'm using the VirGL thing. Venus, as far as I can tell, is not actually like done. Like I found very little information about actually setting it up, especially on Arch. So as far as I can tell, like a lot of the time it would be like, oh, you need to check out this source. You need to get the Mesa source code and switch to this branch and compile it and install it yourself, and then do the same with this with VirGL renderer and you know, check out this branch, and then do the same with QEMU, check out this branch and compile it and install it yourself. As far as I can tell, it's not actually like done. So I'm not sure that's ready for me to use. I mean, I could go through all that effort, but like, then what? Then what if it doesn't like work? But yeah, I mean, I could also just give it a real GPU. But it's probably what I'll do. If it actually starts bothering me that like the down for new project making an AUR package for Venus, no, that's okay. I'll leave that up to people who are much more knowledgeable about that than me. If it really bothers me, I can just pass it a real GPU. Like we already did that yesterday. In fact, we could do that. We could do that right now. So I already have like a setup for that. It's just not as convenient is the thing. Silver medal. Yeah, the textures are all funny. So if you guys are interested, I could tell you a little bit about how this is actually operating, or what we actually need to do. Essentially, I've alluded to it in the past that the game games on the Xbox can make a lot more assumptions about the hardware. And one of those assumptions is the Xbox had a feature called push buffers. And I believe a lot of GPUs actually do this. So when a game calls a Direct3D function, rather than this will generally translate through on Windows. If a game calls a Direct3D function, this will generally translate through the GPU driver into native instructions for the GPU. On the Xbox, it does more or less the same thing. Direct3D function translates to through, I guess it's probably still a driver, to the Xbox's GPU, which is called the NV2A. A push buffer is essentially if you are calling a bunch of direct 3D functions over and over again, there's actually a fair bit of overhead to sending an instruction to the GPU. So internally, DirectX will say, we'll kind of queue them up. It'll be like, well, let's say it'll have a push buffer, and it'll say instruction 1, instruction 2, and it'll just kind of send these out. It'll combine these together and then send them out as one big block, rather than sending them out instruction at a time. And that's just faster to do. This is a lot less overhead doing that. There's so much performance you get out of this, or so much performance improvement you get out of this, apparently, that DirectX does this, or Direct3D does this, without you, the developer, even doing anything. The developer can use push buffers explicitly, but they don't have to. And we're fairly certain... I've already forgotten the name of the company that made this game. We're fairly certain Criterion did not use push buffers directly because Criterion was the PS2 company. They made renderware, which was like basically the direct 3D for the PS2. And the PS2 was the generally seen as the least powerful of its generation. It was the hardest to get 60 FPS out of. So our understanding is the PS2 was the highest priority because that was the hardest console to get what they wanted from, and because there was the console they had the most expertise in. So it seems fairly unlikely that they would have written they would have then gone and written a bunch of custom Xbox push buffer code. That's kind of where we're at. As far as understanding the game. And from what I've looked at from the game code, it doesn't seem like they have either. It seems like, it seems like they've never really explicitly used any push buffer functionality in the code, from what I can tell, and from what we understand about its development. That being said, just because you didn't use push buffers doesn't mean Direct3D didn't use push buffers, because as it turns out, these functions internally may just say open push buffer, write instruction, close push buffer. This is, again, pseudocode. This isn't actually how it works, but this is like a representation of what's happening. So even if the game doesn't explicitly use push buffers, Direct3D still does. It still, it will still internally use push buffers wherever it can, just to improve performance. Now, that's all well and good because CXBX comes along and it injects these functions. It replaces them with Windows-friendly alternatives. So instead of Xbox Direct3D Function 1, we have Windows Direct3D Function 1. And instead of all this push buffer shit, we replace it with do the same thing in Windows. That's essentially what CXBX does a lot, is find Xbox system calls and replace them with do the same thing in Windows. That's all well and good. However, something happens when you compile a game with compiler optimizations, and what that is functions tend to get inlined. Inlining means that, you know, if you have, I don't know, game function, and you're like, you call Xbox Direct3D Function 1, and call Function 2, let's make a second one here. So yeah, let's say you have a game function that does this. It also does a bunch of other stuff, like, I don't know, that's a little bit more realistic. So let's say you wrote a game function like this for the Xbox. That's all well and good, because CXBX could find these function calls and replace them. But compiler optimizations like to do a thing called inlining, which means that you convert a function call into just the code in that function. Turns out that calling a function adds a bit of overhead. It's a little bit slower to call a function than it is to just have the code right inside the function. So where possible, compilers will often inline the code. It'll make the code bigger, but generally that's not as much of a concern as just making it faster. We have a lot of storage space. Even back in the days of the Xbox, we had a lot of storage space. And let's say we inlined both of these. Uh-oh, we don't know what this was anymore, because what this is writing, when it writes an instruction, it's writing literal opcodes for the NV2A, because Direct3D knows what graphics card it's running on. So when we write the instruction, it's actually writing like opcodes, like binary data for the Xbox graphics card to understand, to interpret, to read. And suddenly, what do we have? We have in our game these instructions being written straight to the GPU. And there's not a lot we can do about that. We can't just find this function. We don't know what this function does. All we know is that it writes this opcode to the GPU. Now, we could always write something that would, you know, read the opcodes for the GPU and convert them into, I don't know, OpenGL commands or something like that. But that would be called an emulator. So as far as translation goes, we hit a bit of a brick wall here. There's a plane going by. As far as, you know, there's not much more we can do without, as I said, just emulating the GPU. So that's essentially the big struggle that CXBX has. CXBX is a really impressive piece of software, but it has an infamously fairly low compatibility, and this is more or less the reason why, because games that use Direct3D will end up inadvertently writing raw NV2A instructions, and since the CXBX doesn't emulate an NV2A and instead just injects Xbox functions and replaces them with the same thing in Windows, well, you can't really do the same thing as this in Windows. There's no push buffer. This instruction is meaningless. So, yeah, that's the struggle that CXBX has, and especially because they're trying to do it for every single Xbox game, and every single Xbox game is going to do stuff differently, depending on what it inlined. So, the moral of the story is why I think that the reason why this doesn't matter for Reburn 3 or my Burnout 3 PC port is because we don't care about making anything that works on every single game. So we can just come in, because we have a more shotgun, like we're replacing the code in the game directly. Our approach is essentially, we will just replace this code with whatever we want. We will just rewrite the graphics code if we have to. We will, you know, we could even, you know, look up what this opcode does. We could be a human emulator. We could look up what this opcode does, figure out what it was, what the original Direct3D function probably was, and then we can revert it back to, you know, Xbox function 1 and Xbox function 2, and then run that through CXBX, because CXBX will know what to do with these functions, or we just replace it with a Windows function of the same name. I don't yet know exactly how much will be necessary, but ideally we'll probably replace a fair bit. I mean, as we keep going, because I think in general, the more we replace, the more of a native PC experience it will feel like. So yeah, anyway, that's the story. That's the essentially what we're going to be doing with Burnout 3, and yeah, so that's why I say, so I'll be going through the code and essentially finding any push buffer code whatsoever, and rewriting it. Now, what I do think is, and that's how I got this effect, was just happening to luck upon some push buffer code that ends up being quite critical. And I didn't actually end up rewriting it. I ended up removing it. And it turned out removing it got some stuff to render. I'm guessing that was just really lucky. And maybe that push buffer code did some like post-processing stuff that, that just ended up being, once I removed it, it started to show stuff. I'm not entirely sure yet, but that's essentially what we're gonna do. And that's why I say I want to block out like 3 weeks or so to do it. But yeah, but that won't be starting today, I don't think. Anyway, how's everyone doing? That was a long explanation, but I hope that makes a little bit more sense, like exactly what this process is going to involve. I think if we actually go into my code, yeah, you can see all I do is nop some stuff, and it ends up working. So I was doing fine until you mentioned inlining, as in you don't understand it, or you poor soul. Well, someone's got to do it. Oh, nice. This still works. So yeah, so I won't be starting on the push buffer code today. I'm wondering if I should take a look at the very familiar. Oh yeah, it's okay. I'm wondering if I should try to do some Lego Island stuff, or maybe I should just do that off stream. Text replacement is super cool. Yeah, we can actually replace it with just about anything, I think. I'm trying to remember. Are there size limitations to this? Let's try and put the B-movie script in it. No, Xbox games could not run windowed on the hardware. I mean, the Xbox runs Windows insofar as the Xbox operating system is derived heavily from the Windows source code. However, it does not behave like Windows in the sense that it does not have like a desktop, essentially. How much of this can I actually get in there? Strip down Windows 2000, more or less. I mean, it's not Windows 2000, but when they, derived the Xbox OS, they literally, according to the documentary, they literally like stole the source code while no one was looking and like hacked it up and made the Xbox OS with it. When they made that, Windows 2000 would have been the source code that they used, or at least it would have been like a little bit before, a little bit after the Windows 2000 release. So the code that constituted Windows 2000 also constituted the Xbox OS, but it's not necessarily running Windows 2000 formally, They done taken the Windows out of the NT kernel. Yeah, kind of. They've got the kernel, they've got DirectX, and they got a bunch of the APIs still in there, so it still feels a lot like a Windows. Like when you write code for the Xbox, when you develop for it, it still feels a lot like writing for Windows. But it is not Windows in the sense that there's no like, I don't think there's any multitasking. Everything runs in kernel mode so that so you could get performance, but as it turned out, that's kind of a security risk. So yeah, this is probably a bit long actually. Uh-oh, how much do I actually want to commit to this bit? That's fine. That's good enough. I'll just get the first line. Oh, I think I have to make the new lines myself. So if I do like, I think it can support new lines. No, apparently it doesn't. Okay. Interesting. All right. BA games. Oh, I could have done a regex. Yeah, that's okay. But I mean, we already know that like we can fit a big string in, but yeah, we can't. Oh yeah. We can fit an unlimited size string in actually, I think, because yeah, I think the way this works is it's actually pointing to this string. So we're not replacing the string, we're actually replacing the references to this string. Yeah, presumably you'll show the middle of the script if you had it all in there. Yeah, because it actually is an unlimited length string, which is pretty sick. It's rare that you get that in a game, in a modding project. You get unlimited strings. What does this do? Oh, I think this was just me playing around, seeing if I could get it, if I could get the game to if I could get the game to do something in 1920 by 1080, but I don't think that'll work yet. I think we need a lot more reverse engineering for that. Anyway, so that's a like introduction, I suppose. I'm trying to think. I'm still trying to think if I should actually do some Lego Island or if I should just get off and do that off stream. What I would do for Lego Island, I don't think I would actually be doing any real decomp. I think I would be reviewing pull requests. What do we got here? That's a weird one, yeah. I would be down to watch Lego Island, man. Lego Island is hard out. Oh god. Tell you what, I'm not gonna commit a lot of time. I'm just gonna say I'll just check over a couple things. Oh, there is something I should do real quick. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, I won't check the PRs on stream. I'll do that off stream because that'll probably be kind of boring anyway. Because I'll probably just be like reading and like probably won't be talking at all. What I think I'm gonna do is I'm gonna look at that vtable script I wrote on stream. And I'm going to incorporate some of the suggestions that I got. This is the Arthur guy. The Arthur Ready to Race guy. I do still need to get world record in that. You're right. Okay, so... yeah, so let's do that real quick. Let's do a tiny bit of Lego Island, and then I'll probably finish off for the day. The Shrek guy. I wish. Oh, I wish the Windows 98 guy is a good title as well. I like that. Hang on, just have to send a message real quick. Okay, let's take a look at Recomp. Recomp? That's Clive. True, yeah, I mean, Clive is like, yeah, he's a wily one. So yeah, I think what I was gonna do is, we were going to change it so that rather than do it on check the vtable on a new line, we were going to check it on the same line. we ever see a cooking stream, I did set up. I'd be interested in doing a cooking stream actually, but I don't know when. I have like a camera set up in my kitchen. I set it up during the Shrekathon just in case I ever needed to do some cooking on stream, but it never ended up happening, so I never used it. But I would be interested for sure. Okay, so so rather than starts with, we're going to say ends with. And I guess we'll go ahead and make a lowercase. Yo, Raffman90, thanks so much for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate it. Tier 1, thank you so much for the not Bezos bucks, the real bucks, the freedom bucks. Thanks, I really appreciate it. Thanks for the 5 bits. Okay. Let's see if that works. So I guess we'll want to do a build. I guess I probably don't need to because I've already probably done a build. Oh no, we need Lego 1, and then add Lego 1, and then PDB, and then ... Love your content. Hey, thanks. We made it to Isle just for a little bit. I'm starting to get a little tired. It's probably time for dinner soon, but I figure we'll just get a little bit more done just because I know Foxticles gave me some feedback, so I'll go ahead and implement that real quick. Oh yeah, I'm gonna need to like print that we actually found one. Print found vtable. %x:%s in class vtable name. Okay. It's still kind of a crappy way of finding the class. If anyone remembers from last time, it's a very crappy way of finding the class, but we can always fix that later. Found, no? Oh, found vtable, no. Okay. I think the Windows 98 gaming PC might have been the first video I saw from you. Hell yeah. I'd like to do another thing like that. Maybe I could... It would be interesting today to try running like XP or Windows 7 on a modern PC. XP particularly interesting, I think. Like, I don't think the ultimate XP PC is that interesting because I feel like there isn't the same CPU limitation you have with Windows 98. Like, what do you call the ultimate PC today? Like, do you call it like a Xeon with 36 cores or something like that? So there's kind of no upper limit CPU-wise. I mean, I guess there is an upper limit like chipset-wise. It's like driver support and stuff. So I don't know about the ultimate PC, but like running it on a modern PC, I think would actually be kind of interesting. Ever played with any code generation using text templates or code compiler APIs? I've seen it in action on like GitHub and stuff like that, but I have never used an IDE that has it. Yeah, ultimate could literally mean anything. With Windows 98, at least you kind of have an upper limit, but on XP and up, it could mean anything. But on a modern PC, I think is still interesting, because XP is getting pretty old now, and it doesn't support a lot of the stuff that... it doesn't support a lot of modern stuff. There's a project for adding working ISA slots to some motherboards using like the TPM header. Holy shit. Sound Blaster 16 time! A full 90s workstation with a PC network and printer. Trying to think, how would that happen? How would that work? I feel like that's more of a money thing. Like, you can buy all of the pieces you would need, you just need to spend a lot of money. I don't know if that's necessarily an interesting puzzle, like trying to get XP on a modern computer would be. Windows 2000 would be fun because it wouldn't be DOS, but it's in the in-between era without drivers. Windows 2000 can struggle. I feel like 2000 and XP are fairly similar under the hood. I mean, 2000 didn't get nearly the same support that XP got because XP was around for so long, but I feel like they're roughly similar. Gotta go have fun. Hey, have a good rest of your night, or whatever, rest of your day, whatever time zone you're in. The fact Windows 7 is nearly 15 years old disturbs me. Oof. Yeah, come to think of it, I was 13. I adopted Windows 7 like on release day, and I was 13, and I'm I'll be 28 next year. Big oof. Yeah. 3 a.m. tonight it is. Oof. Yeah, get some sleep. Any Europeans gotta get to sleep. It's getting late for you guys. Yeah. Even the new one, 8 over 10 years now. Yeah, true. Yeah, and Windows 10. Windows 10 is closer to 10 years old than it is to 5. Like it's 8 years old already. Crazy. But it's only 3 a.m. Yeah. Okay, so... Oh, of course, it can't end with. It would be ends with this and a number. I wonder if this is a good time to do regex. Python regex match. Ends with regex match. It's never a good time to do regex. Yeah, I agree. It's not fun to work with regex, but it is powerful. I think regex probably is what I want to do here. I think probably what I want to do is, so my line is going to be something like this. Oops. Why did that not copy? Okay. And I want to match vtable space 0x and then numbers or hex letters. Actually, I might do it. Can I do case insensitivity? Yeah, okay. So if they write vtable, that still matches, and if they write C or C, that still matches. Okay, cool. Yeah. Syntax is satanic. I know. And then I only want it to match the end of a string. So I think that's a $sign? No. Regex match end of string. Oh, maybe it is $. Put the numbers in parentheses to capture. Do I? I don't know, but I kind of like this idea that we only capture numbers and letters. I mean, I guess I can do a dot. It's still not quite doing what I want it to do, but I guess it's like, maybe it's picking up the new line. I always love using regex until I have to. I don't know, it's probably not actually super important that it's at the end of a line. Yeah. Just numbers and letters? Well, this is specifically even numbers and A to F. That's like saying I have to edit videos until I have to edit. Damn, I feel that. This is probably fine, honestly. The real question is getting it into, gonna be getting into Python and escaping it properly. You have extra stuff, so should be A to F, 0 to 9, plus dot star dollar. Ah, okay, so if it's, yeah, I see. So actually, yeah, that's why we need the plus. But what would the dot star be for? If you accidentally end up inside Vi, you can quit it by pressing escape, colon, Q, Q, and bang, bang, and pressing return. Thanks, FreeBSD. Excellent. Yeah, it's because of the new line. But if it's stripped in Python, then there shouldn't be a new line at the end. So if I remove the new line, I guess that works. And then if I'm like... Then that, yeah, I mean, that should work. Just pull the plug and restart. Yeah, when I ever accidentally open Vi, that's how I feel. I just want to restart. Unescaped /. This may cause issues if copying and pasting this expression into code. Well, we'll see how Python actually takes a regex, because I don't know. I now have a headless FreeBSD VM. This is going great. Hell yeah. I've wanted to set something like that up before. It's what I'm interested in is setting up a LXC server for my website so that if I ever have to move to a new VPS, I just like pick up that LXC and just drop it off over here and just run it. That could be fun. I would escape them though. Yeah, probably. Well, for like, yeah, okay, probably a good idea. Emacs is PID 1. Oh boy. All right, let's do a regex match. Now I think we've got our regex that we want. Oh, here's a question. Okay, yeah, that's probably all right. That should be okay. So, Python regex search. Let's see. I know that there's search and match, and they do different things. Only at the beginning. Search checks for a match anywhere in the string. So I guess that's probably what we want. Okay, so. re.search line this is going to be the hardest part is doing the string escaping for properly. Try both. What could go wrong? True. Alright, so... Oh, the other problem is that I probably need to return the search object, so... And I don't think you can do... I'm guessing in Python you can't do like this syntax. Yeah, you can do this in C, but I don't think you can do it in Python, so... I think what I actually have to do is, throw all of this into else. Only in Python 3.11? God, I hate Python. I guess I could. The only problem is I don't know what version of Python we're running on this on the CI. If we're not running 3.11, then that might be an issue. All right. Well, for now, let's try it. So the search object returns a corresponding match. Okay, so I'll just print it for now. See what happens. Match object vtable OX14. That's interesting. Is that the first one? Have we even gotten to the... No, we haven't. Okay. This might actually be a genuine bug in our code. Is not at... It is... Actually, it is instead at... And then, oops, not X, S. Shit, it doesn't return the value. Oh god, okay. In siminfo, where we return the verify vtable. I guess we could always return one of these, a tuple. Don't know if that's smart or not. I would want a way to return this offset. Honestly, what is faster is to... Oh no. We're having a Vim debate, are we? Yeah, I know that you can do this. I'm just not sure if this is like the best way to do this. Like, can I do like, so if I return this, then is this if statement still valid? Like, what is the if statement checking? Or do I have to do like, I guess what I have to do is like results actual address equals, and then check results, right? That's probably how it actually has to be done. Without parentheses also works. I feel better having them. It's not wonderful. I assume you can't have like an out parameter. Can you have like a, let's search it, out parameter. I'd feel better if you could do it as an out parameter, but I guess not. Alright. Passing by reference. Alright, I don't think you can change the reference in Python. Yeah, okay. Does Python... Is totally not how you do it in Python. Man, I'll say it once and I say it again. Fuck Python. I hate Python. All my homies hate Python. This message was brought to you by the C Gang. Alright? Alright, I mean, if this is how it has to be done, I think it's dumb. Because I'd rather be able to just call if this. But if this is how it has to be done, then alright. Oh, whoops, I kept the colon there. Do it if you use 0 on the tuple, but then like, but what if you still need this? Yeah, anyway. Recall to get the second. Yeah, that's the thing. So, anyway. It's fine. It is okay. I just don't like it. I don't like it, but it's fine. Oh, and that's the other problem, is that I need to return the same thing here. I need to return 0 like that. It is instead at 0. That's interesting. Why does it say that? MX object factory. Destroy is not at 14. Well, it doesn't say it's at 14. Hang on. Oh, I think I know what's wrong here. I think I'm not retrieving the value from the match correctly. God, where was I? Yeah, okay, search object. So a Python match. Match object. I need to just get the string from it, and I forget which one it is. It's the start and end positions turns to part of the string. I think that's what I want. Line.split. Oh, all of this is completely unnecessary now. Instead, we just get dot split 1, I think, and then we interpret it as a hexint. I think that's how this works. Oh, except it's not 1, it's actually 2. And I think we can be sure that we will have this many indexes in here because we've checked with the vtable. Vtable name. Oh yeah. So we also need to do this. I guess I'll keep the try. Actually, no, we won't keep the try. Because if this fails, it's probably fatal anyway. I think I need to learn Rust. I still haven't. To this day, I've still not learned Rust. And I hear good things, that you kind of get some of the memory safety advantages from like .NET, but you get the machine code and whatnot, the performance from C++. To me, that sounds like it's probably a good thing, but I don't know anything about it. All I know is that Rust fans can be really annoying. Yeah, so. Rust's compiler actually teaches you how to actually code it, it's nice. Oh yeah. Okay, about Rust. I absolutely hated learning it because you need to learn the Rust way, which is clearly great, but oh my god, the community is toxic about it. Yeah, I feel like it's one of those things, like, I feel like it's like Undertale, where it might be very good. I mean, okay, no. It might be very good, but a lot of people think it's terrible just because of the community, and I might be one of those people where I think I feel like it's terrible, but only because the community rubs me the wrong way. I sent a Python diss track. Oh god. Python, you claim to be slick and smooth, but in the C gang we call that a goof. Your syntax is simple, your speed is slow, in the world of coding you're just for show. Oof. Damn. How are they ever gonna recover? Yeah. If you have a random tiny project, rewrite it in Rust. That's how I got started, and in the end, I now love it. Yo, how... I know people were talking about this a while ago, like how hard, like you can It is possible to compile Rust for like Windows 98, right? The Undertale of programming languages. Yeah, for legacy Windows. So, yeah, maybe there's a project out there I could do. That'd be pretty fucking fun. Should be doable. All right, one of these days I'll learn it. I'll have to. I can't call myself. If I don't learn it, I feel like I'll just be an old man, or just be like, you know, I don't know, but I back in my day, you know. Okay, so where were we? Name discovery, vtable name, address. Hello? Why is this line not printing? What's great about Rust is that if you actually read the debug output, it actually helps you and even teach you how to do things. That's cool, or it sounds cool. Yeah, why is this line not printing? Oh, I know why. It's because I'm directing std out to file. That's why. Here we go. Function name create is not it. Oh, okay. We're having trouble finding the class name, I think. Oh, we think this is called name, actually. That's the problem. Yeah, I don't know. Are we actually... Oh, okay. That's interesting. That's something worth keeping in mind. Apparently my script is going through all the build files as well. That's probably not good. Okay. There they are. So Lego Object Factory create is I probably should write something for that as well. If file, oh, if not file ends with .h or not file ends with .cpp, continue. Okay, cool. This feeling you're having is oddly relatable feeling. An oddly relatable feeling. We'll have to call it the programming vibe. Yeah, I guess so. And I think that's what I was missing. Alright, I think... Yeah, that's interesting. Why is, I wonder why... Lego Object Factory's MX create function is not at 14. Oh, here's a thing I should check. I think what I need to do here is I need to say here, if else return false b.offset. Rust has Clippy, which gives you programming tips about your setup. We'll absolutely love it. Your code. Ooh, okay, that's good to know. Instead is it a -1? Huh. Do we actually? Yeah, we do. Alright, well, I think... Man, I need to change my settings on here. I think I don't tell people language has a Clippy. I think I might call it a day. I know we didn't do much Lego Island stuff. I just kind of diddled with the script a little bit, but I'm getting tired. I think I gotta take a break and get some food. So I think I'll be back on Monday. I'm trying to hit a schedule of Monday, Wednesday, Friday, which I haven't done so far. Last week I did this week I've done Tuesday and Friday instead of Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Next week I'm hoping to do Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Didn't do much 6-hour stream. Well, I appreciate that. I mean, like, it didn't do much on like Lego Island, you know. It was kind of the afterthought at the very end. So, hello Tuesday, innit? So yeah, I guess I'll see you guys next week, just after the weekend, I think. Assuming nothing goes wrong, no acts of God occur. Gosh, should we raid? I think we won't raid today, but hey, Linus Tech Tips. No, they don't need a raid from me. I don't think they even know who I am. Anyway, yeah, I'll see you guys next week. Have a good rest of your day, evening, whatever you got going on. I'm gonna get some dinner. I'll see you guys next time. Bye-bye.